to travel in and out of the convention center without wait times and in a in an effortless manner. Fifth, I think we need to have a single window clearance that states can organize to give clearances for the, events that come. Sixth, as I said, when you take an entrepreneurial position, it's very important that states also place incentives on the table to attract people to come to their state so that you're able to create that critical mass. And once you have established the critical mass, it will run on its own steam. But till the time you establish yourself, it is very important that we put some incentives to attract more and more players. And lastly, I think state governments should develop signature anchor events which should be promoted globally. One that we are going to have today, the Great India Travel Bazaar. Events like this, which will happen every year in a particular city, will headline what the government of what the state government does to the world. So to conclude, let me just say that the G20, the presidency of the G20 has really proved our capability. And I think what we really need to do now is to build enduring systems that will build upon that success and make it commonplace and an everyday occurring. Today, we have the good fortune in India. We have the infrastructure, we have the market and the demand, and I think we also have the ambition now. What we need is really coordinated leadership and bold execution, and I'm sure that under the guidance of our Honorable Minister for Tourism Culture, Sri Gajendra Shekhawat, we will chart out the course for a very aggressive growth of the MICE tourism industry. And as I said, that by 2035, we should aspire to be amongst the top 5 MICE markets in the world. I thank you all for a patient hearing. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Mr. Billa. May I now request Dr. Jyotsna Suri, past President FICCI, Mentor FICCI Tourism Committee, and Chairperson and Managing Director of the Lalit Suri Hospitality Group, to give us the industry perspective.
Honorable dignitaries on the dais, Rajendra Singh Shekhawat ji, Priya Kumari ji, Suman Billa ji, Prabhati Parida ji, I hope I pronounced that correctly. Suman Berry ji, as Suman Berry ji mentioned, it's very unusual to have 2 male Sumans. So I think a round of applause for the 2 male Sumans sitting here. My industry colleagues, and I see a lot of them sitting there, delegates, participants who have come to participate in this Meet in India conclave. Namaskar and a very, very warm welcome to all of you. And also, not only is it a welcome, but it's also a heartfelt gratitude because you all have taken very precious time out to be with us this morning. Friends, I have been deeply engaged with the tourism and hospitality industry for now almost 4 decades. And I have witnessed and experienced the challenges, the development, and the evolution of our industry. From a very traditional leisure tourism focused on foreign travel, foreign tourist arrivals here, to a massive domestic movement, which also includes religious tourism. From very few hotels and prominently belonging to the ITDC or the state tourism development corporations, to huge entry of private players like ourselves, international brands, consolidators, guest houses, and homestays. But you know what? The journey has just begun. And why do I say that? And it's because there is so much potential in our industry. And in fact, we're just about touching the tip of the iceberg. We at FICCI believe in the potential of the travel and tourism industry. And so we created a platform which we call the Great Indian Travel Bazaar, which has been held for the last 14 years. It's become established as one of the only platforms of inbound tourism. and has focused uh, on getting more and more foreign tour operators to come in, experience what our country has to offer. And I'm really proud to say that I was part of the inception, and implementation of this fantastic platform. It has grown from strength to strength. But what we decided was that we needed to bring another focus, bring another dimension. So in the year 2023, when we had the G20, we added the Tourism Expo. Last year, we focused on Wed in India. And this year, we are highlighting Meet in India. Now, I have to accept that our Prime Minister has been probably our best ambassador. And when he gave out that call, Wed in India, and India says, I do, I'm sure all of you recall, it was a fantastic campaign. And he also said, Meet in India. So here we are discussing what the possibilities of Meet in India mean to all of us sitting in this room. And I have to congratulate the Department of Tourism and of Rajasthan and the Ministry of Tourism and of course FICCI for creating this platform, which I think is absolutely going to change the narrative of tourism in India. Now, to be a successful MICE destination, Mr. Billa has also highlighted some of the things that are required for a successful MICE destination. You need beautiful locations, you need connectivity, and suitable infrastructure, which also includes hotels. Now, India has it all. We've got great locations. We're sitting in one right now. We have seamless connectivity. I mean, we do have a little bit of hiccups every now and then, but by and large, as Mr. Billa said, that we're going to have the largest fleet of aircraft in this country very soon. Fantastic rails, fantastic roads. I drove in from Delhi in 3.5 hours this morning. So fantastic roads as well. And I would say, along with that, we now have some world-class infrastructure. I'm just going to name a few. I mean, begin from Bharat Mandapam and Yashobhumi in Delhi, to the Geo Center, to the Convention Center in Goa, to Hyderabad, to this very center where we are standing. And the list goes on and on. Even a small destination like Khajuraho has a fantastic convention center. So what I'm trying to say is Mahatma Mandir in Gujarat, for example, that's another one. Biswa Bangla in Kolkata. So what I'm trying to say is that while we have the locations and we've got the connectivity, we now also have world-class infrastructure supported by some of the finest hotels. And as a matter of fact, some of our hotels are very capable of taking large conventions as well. As Mr. Billa pointed out, G20 for us, if you ask me, Mr. Billa, was a testing ground. And I think India came out with flying colors. It was flawlessly executed, and we went across 60 destinations. So I think that was a big achievement for us. And to prove my point is when I'm talking to all of you here is that if we could do that, we are now ready to take on conventions from across the world. We are delighted to have 20 international, 50 domestic, and 40 operational tour operators who are representing MICE. Now, my request to all of you who've come for this conclave is to not only deliberate, but also to collaborate and catalyze India's position as a premier MICE destination. Mr. Billa has his eyes set up very, very high, and of course, we'll get there. But we need your support as well. I hope your first-hand experience, which you're experiencing now and will experience over the next few days, about our locations, infrastructure, and capability, will encourage you to convince your clients across the world and say, chalo, Let's meet in India. And here in India, we will welcome you with our hands folded and say, Padharo Maro Desh, which means welcome to my country. Namaskar. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'd like to now invite the Deputy Chief Minister, Government of Odisha, Srimati Pravati Parida, to please share her thoughts with us.
Jai Jagannath, Sri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Honorable Minister, Tourism and Culture, Government of India, Ms. Deya Kumari ji, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister and my colleague, Minister of Rajasthan, Sri Suman Beri ji, Honorable Vice Chairperson, NITI Aayog, Sri Suman Billa ji, Additional Secretary and DG, Tourism, Government of India, Dr. Jyotsna Suri ji, past President of FICCI, CMD the Lalit Suri Hospitality Group, Dr. Senthil Gopinathan ji, CEO, International Congress and Convention Association, distinguished guests of the dais, dignitaries, partners, foreign tour operators, and destination management companies, media friends, and officials of tourism, Government of India, Government of Rajasthan, Government of Goa, and Government of Odisha, and officials of FICCI. I think it is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you and meet in India conclave. Meet in India initiative is more than just a tourism campaign. It is a strategic vision to position India as a MICE destination in global standards. Whether it is G20 meetings, international trade fairs, or corporate gatherings, our infrastructure is rising to meet global expectation, and our cities are opening their arms to welcome the world. I am representing a state never-ending beauty that is called Odisha. In east of Odisha, you will find the capital of Bhubaneswar called the Temple City, as a MICE destination hosting Pravasi Bharatiya Divas on 2025. Prabhu Sri Jagannath in Puri, one of the four dhamas, Blue Flag Beach in Puri, which is the best one in India, the sand art replicating every events and every festivals, our artisan village, Patachitra life in Raghurajpur village, it is very nearer to Puri. UNESCO heritage, our Sun Temple at Konark, and famous Konark dance festival from November to December. Chandrabhaga Sea Beach and Aplik, famous Aplik work in Puri, Chilika Lake with bird sanctuary, and in Nalban, where in 3 months, starting from November to January, you experience 15 lakhs global birds migration. Kalabhumi Handicraft Center, Kotak filigree work, Maniaband nearer to Kotak, Weavers Village, Bhitarkanika, the place of crocodiles, Port at Paradip and Dhamra, Shakti Pithas like Taratarani, Ma Bimla, and Ma Biraja, the longest Hirakud Dam, Satkoshia, Devrigad, Similpal, dense forest with fear of tigers is really encouraging. The Gopalpur beach, Mahendragiri, Deomali, hilltops attract tourists with Koraput coffee and tribal tourism experience. Ratha Jatra in monsoon, open theatre Dhanu Jatra in winter in western part, Bali Jatra that symbolize our past maritime history. Above that, our folks, Odissi dance, Shambalpuri song, Shambalpuri sari, and other handlooms and handicrafts of Odisha attract more to the world. The food tourism experience always amazing in Odisha. In any part of the Odisha you will visit, you will see different type of foods and different type of sweets. Famous in every district, one sweet. Peace loving state Odisha. People is very simple and cooperative. Our plan is to develop Buddhist corridor, Shakti corridor, the Bird Museum, Tribal Museum, and developed new destination in sea beaches like Talsari, Vichitrapur, in Somali Island. Our state plan to investing more to develop tourist place with tourist-friendly amenities. Nature and wildlife, cultural and experimental tourism, tourism infrastructure and investment opportunity is now open for the all private partners globally. The best kept secret of India, what is in Odisha is the time to explore. Friends, uh, events like Great Indian Travel Bazaar offer us a breeze to the global market. Odisha is ready to collaborate with the international tour operators, travel buyers. We offer authenticity, serenity, and unforgettable experiences. My invitation to all of you, come and feel the thrill of Odisha. Let us work together to bring the soulful beauty of Odisha to the world. Jai Parjatan, Bande Utkal Janani.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now invite our guest of honor, the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Ms. Diya Kumari, to please say a few words.
Namaskar. It gives me great pleasure and it's an honor for us to welcome you to the inaugural of the 14th edition of the Great Indian Travel Bazaar. On the dais, we have our Honorable Minister, श्री गजेंद्र सिंह जी शेखावत जी, जिनको मैं धन्यवाद दूंगी कि आप यहाँ पधारे, इतना समय आपने निकाला इतने बिजी शेड्यूल से और आप यहाँ पधारे. श्री सुमन बेरी जी, वाइस चेयरमैन नीति आयोग, श्रीमती प्रवाती परिदा जी, डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर उड़ीसा, श्री सुमन बिल्ला जी, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी एंड डायरेक्टर टूरिज्म गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, श्रीमती ज्योत्सना सूरी जी, पास्ट प्रेसिडेंट फिकी, श्री सेंथिल गोपीनाथ जी, इंटरनेशनल कांग्रेस कन्वेंशन एसोसिएशन के जो पदाधिकारी हैं, मैं सभी को बहुत बहुत और सभी यहाँ विराजमान everyone here from the tourism industry, I welcome you to Rajasthan. I would say it's such an honor for us. Thank you so much for coming here and for making this convention even more special. This marks the beginning of a dynamic series of events that will unfold over the coming days, each one reflecting the coming of age vision of Rajasthan tourism sector. Of course, it's a Government of India initiative and program, but I would like to speak about Rajasthan. And of course, like our Honorable Deputy CM of Odisha spoke extensively about Odisha, I would like to take this opportunity to also speak about our state, Rajasthan. At the onset, I extend heartfelt appreciation to the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, and FICCI for organizing this landmark initiative, Meet in India Conclave 2025. This is a platform for collaboration, innovation, and long-term transformation between the change makers and visionaries. Today, Rajasthan is celebrated not only for its majestic forts and palaces, but for its centuries-old craftsmanship, soulful music, timeless architecture, and living cultural traditions. Rajasthan's cultural identity continues to captivate the world. But alongside that, we now offer state-of-the-art infrastructure, premium convention centers, tech-enabled venues, seamless connectivity, and a hospitality ecosystem that meets the highest international standards. This dual identity of tradition and transformation is what truly sets Rajasthan apart. Our cities are evolving from heritage destinations into strategic MICE hubs. On the lines of the Bharat Mandapam, we have announced Rajasthan Mandapam, a state-of-the-art convention infrastructure initiative that will elevate our MICE capabilities to global benchmarks. I think it's the right time to talk about this because like everyone before me spoke that we need to have more centers, we need to have more facilities in our states for these conferences. I'd like to here thank our Honorable Prime Minister because it is because of his vision and foresight that, of course, last year we had Wed in India and this year we have Meet in India. What a visionary leader we have. We are truly grateful that for his insights, for his vision, and to have made our country into, I think, the #1 destination for travelers worldwide. It is because of him. And like everyone said, that he is our ambassador. Because of him, the way he brings the great leaders into not just Delhi, but into all the different states of India, that gives us so much visibility. And here I'd like to thank him. We cannot thank him enough for doing that. Here, I'd also like to request more and more, people associated with hospitality, hoteliers especially, that when they build their hotels, to please also keep in mind and build infrastructure for these conference facilities. Because the government is doing their bit, but here the private sector also needs to do their bit. So I'd like to request that I think we need to do this together. It has to be a joint effort. And of course, a shining testament to this transformation was the 25th edition of the IFA Awards held recently here in this particular venue. It was more than a celebration of cinema. It was a bold declaration of Rajasthan's readiness to host the world. It was, I think, we were so honored that we could hold such a huge event. And we in Rajasthan are now ready to host many more such global events. So I would like to take this opportunity to tell everyone here, of course, our Honorable Union Minister is also here, and we are so happy that he's from Rajasthan. So he is going to promote it. So ये double engine पूरी तरह से तैयार है मोदी जी के आशीर्वाद के साथ. This year's budget also includes a mandate for concert tourism, with plans for a dedicated concert arena, underscoring our ambition to become a premier global destination for culture, entertainment, and large-scale international events. I'm emphasizing it again and again. Since it's Meet in India, I want to ensure that everyone who is here today for this 3-day conference, that you can in your own capacities if you could bring in more and more people to have more and more tourists, more and more these kind of events to happen in Rajasthan, because Rajasthan has everything. And also during the off season, I think that is a time where we could think about having these conferences in especially Rajasthan, because Rajasthan has the capacity, infrastructure, and we are making more and more. We have everything. The connectivity is there. We have our culture, we have our festivals, we have our traditions, we have our incredible food. So I think all we need to do is, encourage more and more people to come and meet in, not just in India, but in Rajasthan in particular. Our commitment to the MICE sector is not a passing initiative, it is a long-term strategic priority. We understand that MICE tourism fuels economic growth, urban development, innovation, and cultural diplomacy. This is why we are investing with clear intent. Building new convention centers with cutting-edge infrastructure, enhancing digital connectivity and urban mobility, creating transparent and investor-friendly policies to welcome organizers, entrepreneurs, and global partners. But beyond the infrastructure, it is our spirit of collaboration that truly sets us apart. We are fostering strong public-private partnerships, from luxury hospitality chains to local artisans, from global event planners to grassroots logistics teams. Every hand contributes. Every voice matters. Together, we are creating a statewide ecosystem that delivers seamless, high-impact event experiences. So I'd like to again emphasize that Rajasthan is absolutely ready now to have more events, more conferences, and combining also our tradition, our culture. There is so much to offer. Like our Deputy Chief Minister, Odisha, spoke about Odisha at length, that Odisha has the most wonderful destinations and different places to visit. Equally in Rajasthan, we have everything. We have wildlife tourism, we have spiritual tourism, we have forts, monuments, we have everything that you can ask for. So when they have their conference in Rajasthan, we have the infrastructure, connectivity. We also have lots to see. So when somebody will come here, they will also have a lot to do besides, of course, the conference that they come to attend. I think that is so important, that the whole experience, they have an enriching experience, they have a fulfilling experience. So of course, I'd like to again emphasize that please do come to Rajasthan, have your conferences in Rajasthan. Rajasthan is going ahead. We are really, really committed as a state, as a government, with the private sector, to make Rajasthan a place where everyone wants to come. They want to have their conferences here. They want to have their big, the company, the meetings. Everything is available here. And I think Rajasthan, as everyone knows, is known for its hospitality. Like everyone before me said, Padharo Mare Desh. I want to also say, Padharo Rajasthan. राजस्थान में सब कुछ है, बस ये है कि आप लोग सब ये मन में यहाँ से लेके जाएंगे. You will all, when you go back from here, I'm sure you'll have wonderful memories. I'm sure you've come many times to Rajasthan, and you'll come back many more times. Also here, I'd like to say that we are developing new destinations. In our budget this year, as well as last year, we have announced many new circuits in Rajasthan. So there is a lot to see, a lot of new things to see. I know many times people visit and then they say, but we've already been there. We are also doing a lot of new things. The same place, in the same city, you may have come to Jaipur many times, but we are developing new places to see, new experiences. We are curating new experiences, not just in the cities that people visit, but in newer destinations as well. A lot of rural, emphasizing a lot on rural tourism, on our craft sector. So again, I'd like to say that I hope Rajasthan is your preferred choice for MICE tourism as well. And let this conclave be a springboard for new alliances and shared ambitions. Let's work together to make India the world's most vibrant MICE destination, with Rajasthan at its core. Once again, I'd like to thank you all for coming to Rajasthan, since of course it's a Government of India initiative, but we are hosting it. I'd like to thank you and once again, welcome to Rajasthan. Thank you, Dhanyavad, Jai Hind, Jai Rajasthan.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'd like to now request the Honorable Vice Chairperson of NITI Aayog, Shri Suman Berry, to please address the gathering.
My colleague on the Council of Ministers of Government of India, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Minister of Tourism and Culture, Srimati Pravati Parida, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Government of Odisha, Ms. Diya Kumari, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Shri Suman Billa, Additional Secretary and Director General, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, Madam Jyotsna, Dr. Jyotsna Suri, past President FICCI and CMD, the Lalit Suri Hospitality Group, and Shri Dr. Senthil Gopinath, CEO, International Congress and Convention Association. I am privileged and honored to be a part of this inaugural event. In my few moments, I'd like to indicate why my personal participation here means so much to me, a little bit about how NITI Aayog sees its role in the tourism area, and then also to reflect a little bit, since roughly half my professional career has been outside India, how I might locate the aspirations of India today in a global context. So let me just start by why this is an important sector for NITI to track, and I've already been in touch with Minister Shekhawat, and we intend to deepen the association. I think one of these issues, I report, as many of you would know, to the Honorable Prime Minister, and therefore the agenda, as was mentioned by Divya Kumari ji, ultimately derives from his vision, his insight, and it is our duty to discharge that. And as was mentioned by Sri Suman Villa, the boldness of Honorable Prime Minister's vision at the time of the G20 and at our governing council meeting, which brings together all chief ministers, his urging all chief ministers that, look, we've opened the way, but now it is up to you to exploit this. That is one important reason why NITI has a mandate. And I'm very pleased that I, having participated in this, can say that there is work going on to indeed realize that follow-up or realize that vision. That's point number one. Point number two is that we know that worldwide tourism and hospitality is one of the largest employers. And India is in the midst of its kind of demographic sweet spot, realizing its demographic dividend. And so it stands to reason that if this is one of the largest employers in globally, it probably is and should become one of the largest employers in India. But there are jobs and jobs. And I think the point is to use this industry and its initiatives to steadily raise the skill level and therefore the compensation level of people, of workers in the industry. which raises the issue of skill and skill development. And I must say the domestic hotel industry has, I think, a very good story to tell on that. When I was at Kevadia, I saw the Taj Training Center there. Some of you might be aware of the Harvard Business School case study on the awful events at the Taj in Bombay, and uh, really saluting, as it were, the recruitment and training of staff by Taj as an indicator or as a contributor to the enormous heroism, sacrifice of the staff at that terrible time. The point being that as a skill escalator, this is a very important industry. And for that reason, it makes sense for NITI to track this. I would also say that this is if you like, a fulcrum of two or three other dimensions that the Prime Minister has entrusted to NITI. One is center-state relations. There is a ministry at the center, but we also have in the audience secretaries and indeed ministers of tourism in the states, often with budgets just as large as those of the ministry at the center. And as you know, the ministry at the center is largely entrusted with as global branding, but the nuts and bolts is really at the level of the states. And so as the one organ in or one institution at the national level whose job it is to try and bring together in a cooperative and competitive framework the activities of the center and the activities of the state. This is another reason, in addition to its development significance, why NITI should have a role in this area. And I'm very grateful to Honorable Minister Shekhawat that he has given us an open invitation to brainstorm, collaborate between NITI and his senior officials and indeed himself to look at the, as it were, the constraints and the opportunities going ahead. Many of you would have perhaps seen that in the last union budget of February, there was a big emphasis on deregulation. And I know Prime Minister himself is aware that there is a lot of energy waiting to be unleashed. So I would have thought, or I do believe, that while there's a promotional agenda, there is a very important deregulation agenda as well. And I think as part of the conclave that we hope, not the conclave, the brainstorming we hope to take forward, getting more granular at the state and at the center level, what that deregulation agenda might be on everything from civil aviation to, so suffice it to say that this could be an important sector for larger programs of the approach to accelerating growth and Viksit Bharat. Let me finally just speak to two other issues. Some reflections based on my international experience, and more specifically, the issue of including concert tourism, again, an idea which Honorable PM has put on the map, perhaps in light of the experience in Gujarat recently. So the first point is that there are now cities in the world, I would cite Melbourne and Singapore for sure, whose main business actually is events. If you were to look at what drives Melbourne today, it is everything from sports events like the Australian Open to, as it were, at the Rod Laver Stadium and the cricket there, etc. And it uh, it takes a substantial machinery to keep those facilities going. And from that point of view, I would heartily endorse the idea of there being city-based convention centers, which is what I saw develop in Washington, D.C. in my time there, because Washington, D.C. did not have a convention center when I got there, and it does now, and it seems fully packed. The second point, though, and I don't know to what extent the US is a very important source of these global events. What I do know from having lived in the US is that the US is quite, as it were, niggardly in providing annual leave to its employees, unlike Europe. On the other hand, the way in which American businessman party is to go to MICE events, often with their spouses. And why is this important? Because it suggests that what happens after hours, Las Vegas is a case in point, but not the only case in point, is just as important as the facilities. And so, coming up with an entertainment infrastructure after hours, which is consistent with Indian values, but which is accessible and publicized, this is what would allow us to compete with, say, Hong Kong and Bali, etc. So it does, in that sense, it cannot be an enclave activity. It really does need to be a total experience for the people you're wishing to attract here. And finally, on the concert tourism, it so happens that my brother-in-law is fairly distinguished in film sound and is very plugged into the music and concert scene in the Northeast. And he was saying that, yes, you can provide the facility, but that what we have in the way of sound engineers, that the whole, as it were, supportive infrastructure for a big tour like Taylor Swift or Coldplay, and these are all employment opportunities. So it is a question of breaking down the silos that is as much the challenge facing us. And for its part, because of its enormous development potential, NITI would be glad to partner. So again, my thanks to the organizers for giving me this platform, and I wish the next 2 days every success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Berry. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to now invite our chief guest, the Honorable Minister of Tourism and Culture, Government of India, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, to please address the gathering.
Meet in India. तीन दिन के इस ऐतिहासिक सम्मेलन में जब हम सब यहाँ टूरिज्म के इस एक नीश सेगमेंट माइस टूरिज्म को लेकर के विचार विमर्श के लिए एकत्रित हुए, हम सब के बीच में उपस्थित वाइस चेयरमैन नीति आयोग श्री सुमन बेरी जी, हमारे साथ में अतिथि के रूप में आई उड़ीसा की उप मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय श्री पार्वती परिदा जी, मंच पर उपस्थित जिन्होंने सहर्ष इस बड़े आयोजन की जिम्मेदारी अपने कंधों पर ली, ऐसी राजस्थान सरकार की सम्माननीय उप मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय श्री दिया कुमारी जी, मंच पर उपस्थित पास्ट प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ फिकी और भारत के टूरिज्म के हॉस्पिटैलिटी के क्षेत्र में एक बहुत बड़ा हस्ताक्षर आदरणीय श्रीमती ज्योत्सना सूरी जी, मंच पर उपस्थित आदरणीय श्री सेंथिल गोपीनाथ जी, सीईए आईसीसीए, डीजी टूरिज्म आदरणीय श्री सुमन बिल्ला जी, इस सभागार में उपस्थित सभी सम्मानित अधिकारीगण, विभिन्न राज्यों के आए हुए प्रतिनिधिगण, डियर स्टेक होल्डर्स, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन एंड डियर फेलो पर्सन्स फ्रॉम द मीडिया। आज इस महत्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रम में जब 3 दिन की इस बैठक, 3 दिन की इस कार्यशाला में हम सब लोग यहाँ विचार मंथन के लिए एकत्रित हुए, मैं आप सबका हृदय पूर्वक स्वागत करता हूं, आप सबका अभिनंदन करता हूं। आप सबकी गरिमामयी उपस्थिति इस बात की द्योतक है कि हम सब मिलकर देश में पर्यटन की संभावनाओं को व्यापार और सांस्कृतिक सहयोग के दृष्टिकोण से भारत के सामने खड़ी इस बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी को एक नए होराइजन तक माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की संकल्पना के अनुरूप रचने के लिए एक कमिटमेंट के साथ में खड़े। मैं जब आज आप सब लोगों के बीच में यहां मंच पर खड़ा हूं, तो मैं पिछले 4 दिन और पिछले 4 दिन के कार्यक्रम मेरी स्मृतियों के तार के झंकृत कर रहे थे। आज से 3 दिन पहले 1 तारीख को मैं मुंबई में वेव्स की जो बड़ा कार्यक्रम हुआ, एक बड़ी एग्जीबिशन हुई, टेक्नोलॉजी, कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स और कल्चर, इन तीनों का समागम माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की रचना के अनुरूप, उनके विजन के अनुरूप जिस तरह से मुंबई में हुआ, और उस आयोजन की भव्यता, दिव्यता, उसके आयोजन की रचना, it reminds me to the capacity of India in the field of exhibition and organizing any sort of exhibition. Maybe it is the venue, which is truly world class, or rather I should say, if there is another, I run short of vocabulary, that if there is any word जिसके लिए मैं कह सकूं कि वो वर्ल्ड क्लास से भी बेहतर है, ऐसा वेन्यू, जिस लेवल पर उस एग्जीबिशन को आयोजित किया गया, दैट रिफ्लेक्ट्स आवर कैपेसिटी टू ऑर्गेनाइज। 2 दिन पहले I had an opportunity to attend an open seminar of Indian Exhibition Industry Association. और मैंने जब वहां एग्जीबिशन इंडस्ट्री एसोसिएशन के लोगों के साथ में बातचीत की, उनकी चर्चा को सुना, जहां वेव्स का आयोजन मेरे लिए एक कैपेसिटी का दर्शन कराने वाला था, I was truly inspired and overwhelmed to see and to witness the commitment of our industry in this segment. और आज जब एक दिन छोड़ करके मैं चौथे दिन आप सब लोगों के बीच में इस विचार मंथन के लिए जो ये वर्कशॉप आयोजित की है, इस सब में आप सब के बीच में उपस्थित हुआ हूं, this is an opportunity for me, and I look towards it as it's an opportunity where we are discussing with the curators of this particular segment of the industry. So from capacity to curation, जिस तरह से हम सब लोग एक कमिटमेंट के साथ में इस पर काम कर रहे हैं, आज का ये मंच और आज का ये आयोजन मेरे लिए नवाचार, साझेदारी, पार्टनरशिप, इनोवेशन एंड सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट की दिशा में आगे बढ़ने के एक साझा प्रयास, एक कंबाइंड एफर्ट का प्रतीक है। मित्रों, इतिहास और सांस्कृतिक वैभव से भरपूर इस शहर में जो मेरा अपना शहर भी है, मेरे अपने प्रदेश की राजधानी भी है, आप सबका स्वागत करना मेरे लिए अत्यंत सौभाग्य और प्रसन्नता का विषय है। ये शहर न केवल भारत की समृद्ध विरासत का प्रतीक है, अपितु साथ साथ में ये शहर हमारे उज्जवल भविष्य की संभावनाओं का परिचायक भी है। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री भजनलाल शर्मा जी का आभार और अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं कि जब इस महत्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रम के आयोजन की कल्पना हमने की, आदरणीय उप मुख्यमंत्री जो टूरिज्म मिनिस्टर की तरह भी काम करती हैं, उन्होंने और आगे बढ़कर उन्होंने जिस तरह से इसे शहर से स्वीकार किया और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने अनुमति प्रदान की, आज इस महत्वपूर्ण आयोजन के लिए इस ऐतिहासिक शहर और संभावनाओं से भरे हुए शहर में आप सबका स्वागत करने का सौभाग्य मुझे मिला है। आज जब GITB के 14वें संस्करण में हम सब लोग यहां एकत्रित हुए हैं, ये केवल एक सम्मेलन नहीं है या केवल एक आयोजन मात्र नहीं है। ये माइस इंडस्ट्री के क्षेत्र में भारत के वैश्विक नेतृत्वकर्ता बनने की दिशा में आगे बढ़ने के एक कदम के रूप में है और हम सब के एक सामूहिक कमिटमेंट के रूप में मैं इसे देखता हूं। ये मंच सशक्त, प्रेरक और सहयोगपूर्ण भविष्य की आकांक्षा को लेकर के आगे बढ़ने और इस दिशा में हम सबके सामूहिक कमिटमेंट का प्रतीक है। भारत सरकार का पर्यटन मंत्रालय और राजस्थान सरकार के पर्यटन मंत्रालय ने साझेदारी में जिस इवेंट को स्वागत किया की रचना की, फिक्की ने सहर्ष उसमें अपना सहयोग देना, अपना साथ देना स्वीकार किया। ये कॉन्फ्रेंस निश्चित रूप से नीति निर्धारण करने वाले पॉलिसी मेकर्स और उसके साथ साथ में इंडस्ट्री के जगत के विभिन्न एक्सपर्ट्स और रीजनल कैपेसिटीज के बीच में एक मजबूत तालमेल का प्रतीक ऐसा मैं मानता हूं। और इसी दृष्टिकोण से यह आयोजन इस बात का प्रतीक है कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में इस नए भारत में हम संकल्प, विशेषज्ञता और साझेदारी तीनों को साथ एक बार जब लेकर के आते हैं, तब एक मंच पर एक साथ इन तीनों के आने से पर्यटन के क्षेत्र और पर्यटन के जैसे महत्वपूर्ण क्षेत्र के माध्यम से देश के विकास की संकल्पना को साकार करने का हमारा स्वप्न जो है वो और अधिक गति प्राप्त करता है। मित्रों, G20 टूरिज्म मीट के समय माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा था कि भारत हमेशा से ही अपार संभावनाओं वाला देश है। ये एक ऐसा देश है जो न केवल संभावनाओं से भरा हुआ है, अपितु दुनिया को वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था में एक उज्जवल स्थान बनाने वाला है और उसके साथ साथ में जिसे पूरा विश्व एक भरोसेमंद विकास भागीदार के रूप में देख रहा है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की ये दृष्टि आज माइस के इस सेगमेंट में हम सब लोगों के लिए एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण प्रेरणा के रूप में है। इस माइस के इकोसिस्टम को डेवलप करने के लिए पर्यटन मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ठोस कदम उठा रहा है, लेकिन उस सब के साथ साथ में उसके लिए आवश्यक मूलभूत सुविधाओं को भी एड्रेस करने की दिशा में काम कर रहा है। हम सब जानते हैं कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत को एक माइस डेस्टिनेशन के रूप में स्थापित करने की दिशा में हम तेज गति के साथ में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। हमारी विविधता, हमारा बुनियादी ढांचा और उसके साथ साथ में हमारी महत्वाकांक्षाओं और बढ़ती हुई हमारी समृद्ध होती हुई हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था, ये निश्चित रूप से इस क्षेत्र में हमें एक बड़ी ताकत के रूप में उभारने का काम कर रहे हैं। किसी भी देश, किसी भी स्थान के माइस डेस्टिनेशन के रूप में डेवलप होने के लिए, मैंने 2 दिन पहले वहां IAI के कार्यक्रम में भी इस बात को कहा था कि सबसे महत्वपूर्ण आवश्यकता है, वो आवश्यकता है कि वहां बेसिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप। और हम सब ने देखा कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जहां एक तरफ हमने हमारी बेसिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर पिछले 10 साल में उसकी कमी को पूरा करने के लिए काम किया। 1,50,000 किलोमीटर से ज्यादा हाईवेज बने, हाई स्पीड रेलवे कॉरिडोर्स बने, हाई स्पीड एक्सप्रेसवेज बने, हमने नए वाटरवेज बनाने पर काम किया, और इसके साथ साथ में हमने एविएशन इंडस्ट्री को जिस तरह से गति प्रदान की, और आज दुनिया का सबसे प्रोमाइजिंग देश अगर कोई एक एविएशन सेक्टर के दृष्टिकोण से है, हम दुनिया के सबसे तीसरे बड़े एविएशन सेक्टर वाले देश तो बन चुके हैं, लेकिन सबसे ज्यादा नए हवाई जहाज इंड्यूस करके, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को स्ट्रेंथन करके, हम आने वाले समय में दुनिया के बहुत प्रभावी ऐसा एविएशन सेक्टर जिस देश में उस दिशा गति से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, उस दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। और इन सब के साथ साथ में जिस तरह से हमारे यहाँ वर्ल्ड क्लास कन्वेंशन सेंटर्स और हाई एंड हॉस्पिटैलिटी फैसिलिटीज का सृजन पिछले वर्षों में हुआ है, इसने हमें उस एक पिलर पर, एक वर्टिकल पर हमारे देश को माइस टूरिज्म के दृष्टिकोण से एक बड़ा प्लेयर बनने की दिशा में हमें अग्रसित किया। दूसरी तरफ जो दूसरी आवश्यकता कोई देश माइस टूरिज्म के लिए आगे बढ़े, उसके लिए दूसरी आवश्यकता उसकी उस देश की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ। और हम सब जानते हैं और प्रसन्नता के साथ में इस बात को स्वीकार करते हैं, और पूरा विश्व इस बात को स्वीकार करता है कि भारत सबसे तेजी से बढ़ती हुई अर्थव्यवस्था है। न केवल सबसे तेजी से बढ़ती हुई अर्थव्यवस्था है, अभी तो कोविड की आपदा के साथ में जहां विश्व की सारी बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्थाएं ध्वस्त हो गई थी और वापस अपने पुराने परिस्थिति को प्राप्त करने के लिए संघर्ष कर रही है, चुनौती कर रही, ऐसे के मार्ग से गुजर रही है, उस समय में भारत ने वी शेप रिकवरी करते हुए आज एक अभूतपूर्व स्थान पूरे विश्व के जो है आर्थिक परिप्रेक्ष्य में, आर्थिक जगत में अपना बनाया। हम दुनिया की 5वीं बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बने, हम 4 ट्रिलियन से ज्यादा की बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बने, हम दुनिया की तीसरी बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनने की दिशा में बहुत तेजी के साथ में आगे बढ़ रहे। और जैसा अभी दावोस में सारे आर्थिक क्षेत्र के विशेषज्ञ जिस बात को स्वीकार करते हैं कि भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था अब उस मुकाम पर आगे जा खड़ी हुई है, और जिस रास्ते पर भारत चल रहा है, अब हर आने वाले 7 या 8 साल में भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था दुगनी होने वाली। सुमन बेरी जी क्योंकि इकोनॉमिक वर्ल्ड के आदमी है, ये मेरी इस बात को निश्चित रूप से तस्दीक करेंगे, he'll endorse my words, कि अब आने वाले हर 7 साल में भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था दुगनी हो जाएगी। 2025 का संकल्प लेकर के जो हम विकसित भारत बनाने का चल रहे हैं, तब तक हमारे भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था इस कालखंड में 3 बार दुगनी होगी, ऐसी संभावनाएं हम सब स्पष्ट रूप से देखते हैं। हम 4 ट्रिलियन से 8 ट्रिलियन, 8 ट्रिलियन से 16 ट्रिलियन और 16 से 32 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी होंगे। और उसके साथ में हमारा कमिटमेंट कि जो हमारा टूरिज्म का कंट्रीब्यूशन इनटू दिस जीडीपी ग्रोथ है, जो आज लगभग 7-8% के आसपास होता है, हम इसको 10% तक लेकर के जाएंगे, और हमारा टूरिज्म सेक्टर जो है वो 3 ट्रिलियन की अर्थव्यवस्था इस परिप्रेक्ष्य में बनेगा। ये जो हमारा कमिटमेंट है, उसको पूरा करने के लिए आज जो हम यहाँ 3 दिन तक विचार विमर्श करने वाले हैं, ये उसके लिए फाउंडेशन होगी, उसकी आधारशिला होगी। इसी के साथ साथ में तीसरा, किसी भी एग्जीबिशन के एक्टिविटीज को ऑर्गेनाइज करने के लिए, इस माइस एक्टिविटीज की मीटिंग्स के लिए, इंसेंटिव्स के लिए आवश्यक है कि उस पर्टिकुलर सेगमेंट से जुड़ा हुआ इंडस्ट्री का ग्रोथ जो है उस देश में या उस शहर में हो, तभी जाकर के पोटेंशियल क्रिएट हो सकता है। और हम सब इस बात पर गर्व कर सकते हैं कि डिफेंस से लेकर के, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स से लेकर के, सेमीकंडक्टर से लेकर के, कटिंग एज टेक्नोलॉजी से लेकर के और ट्रेडिशनल रिसोर्सेज तक, भारत आज दुनिया के निर्माण क्षेत्र का केंद्र, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का सेंटर, हब के रूप में ऐसा प्रतिष्ठित हो रहा है। आप सबने सुना होगा पिछले 3 दिन में जिस तरह से एप्पल ने अनाउंसमेंट किए कि वो यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स में कंज्यूम होने वाले हर एप्पल प्रोडक्ट का अब मैन्युफैक्चरिंग जो है वो भारत में करेगी। ये दीगर बात है कि उसको लेकर के जिस तरह के प्रोटेस्ट चाइना में हो रहे हैं, उन सब से अलग हट करके आने वाले समय में जो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर में आज हम 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा के केवल एप्पल मैन्युफैक्चर्ड मोबाइल और इक्विपमेंट्स को, गैजेट्स को हम एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, ये कैपेसिटी हमारी 3 गुना होने वाली है। इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स के दृष्टिकोण से, फार्मास्यूटिकल के दृष्टिकोण से, डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट के दृष्टिकोण से, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन के दृष्टिकोण से, जो है इस दिशा में हम जिस तरह से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, जिस गति के साथ में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, इट ओपन्स a big door of opportunity for this sector. So इन तीनों चीजों के होने के साथ साथ में अगर किसी एक चीज की जो आवश्यकता है वो है क्यूमुलेटेड और कंसंट्रेटेड इफर्ट्स की, और उसके लिए हम सब लोग, जैसा मेरे डायरेक्टर जनरल टूरिज्म ने अपने ओपनिंग रिमार्क्स में कहा कि हम अपने देश में ब्यूरो ऑफ कन्वेंशन प्रमोशन इस तरह के बनाए। आदरणीय सुमन बैरी साहब ने भी वॉशिंगटन डीसी का उल्लेख करते हुए जिस बात की चर्चा की, मुझे लगता है कि इस समय में हमको इस विषय पर विचार करते हुए एक साथ हम सब लोग एक साथ मिलकर के एफर्ट्स करें, क्योंकि अब तक जितनी भी एग्जीबिशंस हमारे यहाँ पर आ रही वो किसी अपॉर्चुनिटी के चलते हुए हमारे पास में आई, किसी एक सेगमेंट विशेष के एफर्ट्स या इनिशिएटिव के चलते हुए हमारे पास में आई। हम कंसंट्रेटेड और क्यूमुलेटेड एफर्ट्स अगर करेंगे तो निश्चित रूप से आने वाले समय में इस दिशा में हम एक बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन और बहुत बड़ा मुकाम हासिल कर सकते। मुझे याद आता है G20 के समय में जिस तरह से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को ग्रो किया, न केवल दिल्ली में, मुंबई में, अभी तो एक नई परंपरा की शुरुआत करते हुए देश के 60 जगह पर हम इस तरह के बड़े आयोजन कर सकें, उनकी कैपेसिटीज को रीइंफोर्स करते हुए दुनिया के सामने हमने दिखाया कि हमने शोकेस किया कि भारत में केवल दिल्ली, मुंबई, हैदराबाद या चेन्नई या जिन शहरों का उल्लेख आदरणीय ज्योत्सना जी ने किया, आदरणीय सुमन जी ने किया, केवल हम उन तक सीमित नहीं, हम अपनी टीयर 2 सिटीज में, टीयर 3 सिटीज में, हम अपने छोटे शहरों में भी इस तरह के जो है इवेंट्स, इस तरह के एग्जीबिशंस को ऑर्गेनाइज करने की क्षमता रखते हैं। इन सबको फर्दर रीइंफोर्स करने की आवश्यकता, इन सबको आगे बढ़ाने की आवश्यकता, इन सब के ऊपर फिर मैं कहूंगा कि एक बार फोकस्ड एफर्ट्स करके जो न्यूनताएं रह गई है, जो गैप्स हैं, उन गैप्स को ब्रिज इन करने की जरूरत। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जब तीसरी बार सरकार बनी, सरकार बनने के ठीक 7 दिन बाद we got an opportunity. That was to organize the meeting of World Heritage Committee. यूनेस्को की वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज कमेटी की मीटिंग, भारत इतने दशकों से सिग्नेटरी है, कभी देश को नहीं मिली। एकाएक इस तरह की संभावना हमारे पास में आई। सरकार बने हुए महज 10 दिन हुए और उसके 30वें दिन जो हुआ मीटिंग शुरू होने वाली, और मीटिंग ऐसी जिसमें 165 देश प्रतिभागी होने वाले थे। लगभग उनके 3000 से ज्यादा डेलीगेट्स 165 देशों के उस मीटिंग के लिए आने वाले थे। और मैं जिम्मेदारी के साथ में कहता हूं कि G20 की कोई भी एक मीटिंग उतनी बड़ी नहीं थी कि जिसमें इतने प्रतिभागी हों, जिसमें इतने देशों के प्रतिनिधि हों, और उसके साथ साथ में वो मीटिंग 10 दिन तक चलने वाली। मैंने जब जाकर के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से इसकी अनुमति के लिए आग्रह किया, उनसे निवेदन किया, उन्होंने कहा कि कैसे कर पाओगे 10 दिन में, तुम इतना बड़ा इवेंट 30 दिन में प्लान करने के लिए तुम्हारे पास में केवल आज से 30 दिन बाकी है, किस तरह से कर पाओगे। मैंने उनको धन्यवाद देते हुए कहा कि आपने भारत मंडपम बना दिया है, हमको वेन्यू की तकलीफ नहीं है, जिस मौसम में हो रहा है उसमें हमको जो है हॉस्पिटैलिटी सेक्टर हमको सपोर्ट करेगा, हमको नंबर ऑफ रूम्स, रिक्वायर्ड रूम्स की भी चुनौती नहीं आएगी, और बाकी आपके आशीर्वाद से हम सब मैनेज कर लेंगे। और हमने उसको 30 दिन में इतने बड़े इवेंट को ऑर्गेनाइज किया जो भारत की कैपेसिटी को जो है वो दर्शाता। लेकिन वो अपॉर्चुनिटी लाने के लिए हमने बहुत बड़ा प्रयास नहीं किया। अब हम सबको मिलकर के उस दिशा में प्रयास करने की आवश्यकता है। भारत में जिस तरह की संभावनाएं हैं, भारत का पर्यटन मंत्रालय इस दिशा में राज्यों के साथ में मिलकर के जिस तरह से काम कर रहा है, मैं आप देखता हूं कि राज्यों को डिफरेंट टूरिज्म के एक्सपोज में इंटरनेशनली भी जिस तरह से राज्य जाकर के आज अपनी उन कैपेसिटीज को वहां एग्जिबिट कर रहे हैं। लेकिन अभी भी मैं अनुभव करता हूं, मैं अभी अरब ट्रेवल मार्ट में गया था, उससे पहले मुझे वर्ल्ड ट्रेवल मार्ट में जाने का अवसर मिला। मैं अभी भी इस बात को अनुभव करता हूं कि हमारे राज्य वहां जहां हमारा टूरिज्म पोटेंशियल जो है उसको एग्जिबिट करते हैं, वहां हम अभी भी केवल और केवल कोर टूरिज्म की बात करते हैं। हमको अभी अपने आप को एज ए माइस डेस्टिनेशन वहां हम अपने आप को एग्जिबिट करें, इसमें कहीं न्यूनता है, हमको उसको प्राथमिकता देते हुए हमको काम करना पड़े। इसके अतिरिक्त भी दुनिया में माइस टूरिज्म को लेकर के जिस तरह से जो इंटरनेशनल जो एक्सपोज और एक्सपोजिशंस हो रहे हैं, उनमें जाकर के भी हम अपने आप को इस दिशा में एस्टेब्लिश करने के लिए काम करें। इस दृष्टिकोण से भी हम सबको आने वाले समय में काम करने की आवश्यकता है। आज हमारे पास में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, हमारे पास में दिल्ली में दिल्ली में हमारे पास में भारत मंडपम, यशोभूमि है, अभी चर्चा की कि हमारे पास में जियो वर्ल्ड सेंटर है। इसके अलावा अनेक शहरों में इस तरह की कैपेसिटीज आज बनी। जयपुर में आज इतना बड़ा हमारे पास में डेस्टिनेशन अवेलेबल है। इसके अलावा मुझे आदरणीय दिया जी अभी बता रही थी कि राजस्थान सरकार ने भारत मंडपम की तर्ज पर राजस्थान मंडपम यहाँ बनाने का संकल्प लिया है, जो आने वाले कुछ वर्षों में जयपुर की इस कैपेसिटी को बहुत और बढ़ाएगा। आज उदयपुर अपने आप में एक डेस्टिनेशन इसके रूप में बना है। राजस्थान में जिस तरह से कैपेसिटीज का सृजन हुआ है, उस तरह से देश के अन्य प्रांत भी इस दिशा में पूरी ताकत के साथ में, चाहे जयपुर है, लखनऊ है, इंदौर है, भुवनेश्वर है, गोवा है, पूरी ताकत के साथ में इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। ये नए बदलाव और ये कमिटमेंट आने वाले समय में इस सेक्टर में हमारी जितनी अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं, इनको हम सबके सामने जो है वो रखता है। इनक्रेडिबल इंडिया कैंपेन में भी हमने अब माइस टूरिज्म को और स्पेशली मीट इन इंडिया को हमने प्राथमिकता देना प्रारंभ किया है, और इसके तहत सरकार ने जो है इसके माध्यम से मेगा इवेंट्स के आयोजन के लिए हम पॉलिसी के साथ में उसका समर्थन करें, उसके साथ साथ में सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम से सारे क्लियरेंसेस दें, उसके साथ साथ में जो है एक डेडिकेटेड हेल्प डेस्क बना करके ऐसे इवेंट्स के लिए सरकार के तौर पर हम सपोर्ट सिस्टम जनरेट करें, और साथ साथ में हम ऐसे बड़े जो है आयोजनों के लिए फाइनेंशियल असिस्टेंस भी प्रोवाइड करें। इस पर भारत सरकार में भी हम काम कर रहे हैं, और विभिन्न राज्य सरकारों ने भी, मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि इस दिशा में भारत को एक माइस पावर हाउस बनाने के लिए इस दिशा में सोचना और काम करना प्रारंभ किया है। मुझे ये बताते हुए गर्व की अनुभूति होती है कि जिस तरह से इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में काम हुआ, और प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जिस तरह से टूरिज्म सेक्टर को प्रमोट करने के लिए हमने काम किया, ये जानते हुए कि टूरिज्म सेक्टर जो है वो दुनिया में एग्रीकल्चर के बाद में सबसे ज्यादा एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट करने वाला सेक्टर है, और उस दिशा में जिस तरह के कंसंट्रेटेड एफर्ट्स हुए, उसके चलते हुए आज भारत जो 2014 में भारत की रैंकिंग जो है वो 69th पोजीशन पर होती थी, आज हम उसको 35वें पायदान पर लाने में कामयाब हुए। लेकिन मैं पूरी जिम्मेदारी के साथ में ये बात कहता हूं कि केवल आज जब हम 35वें जो है मुकाम पर खड़े हैं, पायदान पर खड़े हैं, हमारे पास में सब तरह की संभावनाएं, हम थोड़ा सा अगर अपने स्किल को इंप्रूव करें, थोड़ा सा हम अपने आप को बेटर तरीके से प्रेजेंट करें, तो हमें कोई भी टॉप 10 डेस्टिनेशंस इन द वर्ल्ड उसमें आने से नहीं रोक सकता। और हम कमिटमेंट के साथ में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में भारत आने वाले समय में ग्लोबल टूरिज्म के मैप पे टॉप 10 रैंकिंग कंट्रीज में आए, इस दिशा में हम पूरी ताकत के साथ में काम कर रहे हैं। मुझे आप सबके सहयोग की उसमें आवश्यकता है। अभी जब चर्चा कर रहे थे तब कहा गया कि भारत जिस तरह से टूरिज्म इंडेक्स में 35वें नंबर पर, और बेंगलुरु जो है माइस के डेस्टिनेशन से ग्लोबल जो सिटीज हैं, जो डेस्टिनेशंस हैं, उसमें 98th पोजीशन पर। मेरे मन में स्वाभाविक प्रश्न उठता है कि ऐसा क्यों नहीं हम हिंदुस्तान के इन सारे शहरों पर जिनमें हम काम कर रहे हैं, हम सबको कंसंट्रेटेड एफर्ट्स करने की आवश्यकता है, सिंक्रोनाइज्ड एफर्ट्स करने की आवश्यकता है, और इस कमिटमेंट के साथ में इस पर विचार विमर्श करते हुए अगले 3 दिन में हमको यहां से उठने की आवश्यकता है कि कैसे हम भारत के कम से कम 10 शहरों को दुनिया के टॉप 50 जो है माइस डेस्टिनेशंस के रूप में ला सकते हैं, और उसके ऊपर हमको नीति आयोग का साथ लेकर के आगे कदम बढ़ाने की आवश्यकता है। टूरिज्म सेक्टर को प्रमोट करने के लिए टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशंस पर हम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, बेसिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को स्ट्रेंथन कर सकें, इंप्रूव कर सकें, नए एक्सपीरियंसेस को क्रिएट कर सकें, और टूरिस्ट की ओवरऑल एक्सपीरियंस को अपलिफ्ट कर सकें। इस अप्रोच के साथ में देश की सरकार माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में स्वदेश दर्शन स्कीम के माध्यम से, प्रसाद स्कीम के माध्यम से, स्पेशल इंसेंटिव की स्कीम के माध्यम से और अन्य प्रावधानों के तहत राज्य सरकारों का सहयोग करने के लिए काम कर रही है। मैं उसके विस्तार में नहीं जाना चाहता, लेकिन इतना अवश्य कहना चाहता हूं कि पिछले वर्षों में, पिछले 2024 में जिस तरह से भारत में 2 करोड़ से ज्यादा पर्यटक भारत में आए, और इन 2 करोड़ पर्यटकों में से जो भारत में 1 करोड़ विदेशी सैलानी भारत में आए, और जिनके चलते हुए भारत में 33 बिलियन से ज्यादा भारत की इकोनॉमी में जो हमने कंट्रीब्यूशन किया है, और भारत में पिछले 10 वर्ष में जिस तरह से डोमेस्टिक ट्रैवल बढ़ा है, निश्चित रूप से हम उस संभावनाओं के द्वार पर खड़े हैं जहां हम भारत के में टूरिज्म सेक्टर को अपने एफर्ट से दुनिया का सबसे पावरफुल टूरिज्म डेस्टिनेशन, टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन बना सकें, इस दिशा में हम आगे बढ़ सकें। मित्रों, भारत सरकार और राज्यों की सरकारों का कमिटमेंट और उसके साथ साथ में उनका इस दिशा में प्रयास जब मैं देखता हूं, और मैं ये मानता हूं कि पिछले कुछ वर्षों में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जिस तरह की चेतना इस दृष्टिकोण से इस क्षेत्र में जागृत हुई है, जिस तरह के एक अवेयरनेस सारे स्टेट्स में आई है, एक हेल्दी कंपटीशन बिटवीन द स्टेट्स में देख रहा हूं। राज्यों में, जिन राज्यों में कभी टूरिज्म को लेकर के आदरणीय प्रभाती परिदा जी हम सब के बीच में बैठे हैं, मैं हॉस्पिटैलिटी सेक्टर से पिछले लगभग 10 साल से 30 साल से जुड़ा हूं, लेकिन मैंने कभी नहीं देखा था कि उड़ीसा किस तरह से जो है एग्रेसिवली अपने टूरिज्म को प्रमोट करने के लिए काम करे। आज जिस तरह से उड़ीसा टूरिज्म के सेक्टर में अपने आप को एक बड़े कॉम्पिटिटर के रूप में खड़ा करने के लिए प्रयास कर रहा है, दुनिया के हर प्लेटफॉर्म पर उड़ीसा को एग्जिबिट करने के लिए काम कर रहा है, ये निश्चित रूप से इस तरह का कंपटीशन जो है, मैं कह सकता हूं कि भारत के लिए नई संभावनाएं जो है वो सृजित करने वाला है। राजस्थान के दृष्टिकोण से अगर मैं बात करूं, राजस्थान केवल एक मेजबान है इस दृष्टिकोण से नहीं, या मैं राजस्थान का निवासी हूं, राजस्थान का प्रतिनिधि हूं केवल इस दृष्टिकोण से नहीं, लेकिन राजस्थान ने टूरिज्म के सेक्टर में अपनी पहचान बनाई। पिछले 30-40 साल में जिस तरह से राजस्थान ने अपनी जो लिगेसी राजस्थान के पास में थी, जिस तरह की डाइवर्सिटी राजस्थान के पास में, जिस तरह की हिस्टोरिकल प्रॉपर्टीज राजस्थान के पास में, उन सारी क्षमताओं का दोहन करते हुए राजस्थान ने पिछले 40 साल में आदरणीय स्वर्गीय भैरव सिंह जी के जमाने से लेकर के अब आदरणीय दिया कुमारी जी के समय तक जिस तरह से निरंतर प्रयास किए और उसके चलते हुए जिस तरह से पॉलिसी प्लान किए, जब हम पिछले साल देश के राज्यों के टूरिज्म पॉलिसीज को एग्रीगेट करके एक मॉडल पॉलिसी बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे थे, मैं गर्व के साथ में कहता हूं कि सबसे बेहतर टूरिज्म पॉलिसी अगर किसी एक प्रदेश की थी तो वो राजस्थान प्रदेश की थी। उसके कारण से राजस्थान गोल्डन क्वाड्रिलेंगल में या टूरिज्म के दृष्टिकोण से सबसे महत्वपूर्ण स्टेट बना था। लेकिन आज जब मैं देखता हूं कि सब राज्य जो मॉडल पॉलिसी हमने बना करके शेयर की, जिसमें माइस टूरिज्म एक बड़ा वर्टिकल है, उस पर सारे स्टेट्स मिलकर के एक हेल्दी कॉम्पिटिटिव स्पिरिट के साथ में जिस तरह से काम कर रहे हैं, निश्चित रूप से जो है आने वाले समय में एक उज्जवल भविष्य इस दृष्टिकोण से इस दिशा में भारत और अन्य प्रदेशों का, भारत के साथ साथ में लगभग सभी प्रदेशों का होगा। मैं आप सब से आग्रह करना चाहता हूं सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स को कि हम सब मिलकर के यदि प्रयास करें और वैश्विक पटल पर भारत की इस नई जो है क्षमता जिसका सृजन भारत में हुआ है, इन सब क्षमताओं के अनुरूप अगर हम सब मिलकर के अगर सामूहिक रूप से प्रयास करें तो निश्चित रूप से आने वाले समय में भारत में जिस तरह की संभावनाएं हैं, इन सब को देखते हुए भारत को सबसे महत्वपूर्ण डेस्टिनेशन के रूप में खड़ा कर सकते हैं। मित्रों, आज जिस तरह से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में भारत में प्रगति की है, जिस स्पीड और स्केल के साथ में प्रगति की है, भारत की तरफ देखने का नजरिया पूरे विश्व का बदल गया। जो भारत कभी एक इतिहास में पूरे विश्व के लिए कौतूहल का केंद्र होता था, आज भारत जिस तरह से सारे सेक्टर्स में दुनिया का सबसे बड़े प्रोग्राम, कोई भी आप रेलवे के रिफॉर्म से लेकर के और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग तक, दुनिया के सबसे बड़े जिस किसी भी क्षेत्र में भारत काम कर रहा है वो दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा काम कर रहा है। उस सब के चलते हुए, इस बदलाव के चलते हुए, इस सशक्त बदलाव के चलते हुए भारत की छवि पूरे विश्व भर में बदली है और एक जिस भारत को विकासशील देशों की श्रृंखला में भी पीछे की पंक्ति में खड़े हुए देश के रूप में पहचाना जाता था, आज एक प्रभावी स्टेक होल्डर के रूप में पूरा विश्व पहचान रहा है। और ऐसे समय में जब भारत की प्रति लोगों की दृष्टि बदल रही और साथ साथ में भारत के प्रति सम्मान और भारत के प्रति कौतूहल नए सिरे से पूरे विश्व में सृजित हो रहा है, मैं ये मानता हूं कि इस सब ने हम सब के लिए, टूरिज्म के हर सेक्टर के लिए, टूरिज्म के हर वर्टिकल के लिए एक नई अपॉर्चुनिटीज का पूरा विंडो ही नहीं, मैं सोचता हूं कि एक नया गेटवे हम सब लोगों के लिए खुला है। इस सब को हम सब लोग मिलकर के किस तरह से सामूहिक रूप से इसका दोहन करते हुए हम किस तरह से भारत के लिए कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकें, ये अपॉर्चुनिटी हमारे पास में है और साथ साथ में ये रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी हम सब के साथ में है। मैं आप सब से इतना ही कहूंगा कि इस अपॉर्चुनिटीज के लिए हमारी जो स्टेक होल्डर्स की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, हम सब लोग मिलकर के बीइंग पॉलिसी प्लानर्स, हम सरकार में बैठे हुए लोग और सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स इंडस्ट्री के, हम सब मिलकर के कमिटमेंट के साथ में अगर काम करें, एक टारगेटेड अप्रोच के साथ में काम करें कि जिस तरह से टूरिज्म के सेक्टर में हम भारत को दुनिया के टॉप 10 डेस्टिनेशंस में लाने के दिशा में काम कर रहे हैं, हम माइस टूरिज्म के दृष्टिकोण से भी भारत को दुनिया के टॉप 10 डेस्टिनेशंस में ला करके खड़ा करें। इसके लिए जो है हम अपने आने वाले समय में अपने जो है लक्ष्य को तय करके, इस लक्ष्य को लेकर के हमारे फुट स्टेप्स क्या होंगे, इन सब की रचना, इन सब पर विचार हम करेंगे। आने वाले 3 दिन में इस पर डिस्कशन होगा, B2B डिस्कशंस भी होंगे, पॉलिसी प्लानर्स भी बात करेंगे इस पर, जो है डिफरेंट सब्जेक्ट एक्सपर्ट्स आकर के अपनी चर्चाएं भी करेंगे। और इन सब चर्चाओं के बाद में जो नवनीत निकले, जो अमृत निकले इस मंथन से, वो अमृत आने वाले समय में हमारे उस लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने की दिशा में हम सब के लिए एक नया मार्गदर्शक बने। इस दृष्टिकोण से आप सबको का स्वागत करते हुए मैं आप सबको बहुत सारा धन्यवाद करता हूं। आप सब ने समय निकाल करके यहाँ आना स्वीकार किया, आप सबको बहुत सारा धन्यवाद। हम सब मिलकर के भारत के लिए इस नए संभावनाओं के द्वार को, इस सपने को साकार करने के लिए काम करेंगे। इस अपेक्षा के साथ में आप सबका बहुत सारा धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, sir. I'd like to now request the Joint Director General, Ministry of Tourism, Mr. Arun Srivastav, to please propose the vote of thanks.
Honorable Union Minister for Tourism and Culture, Government of India, Honorable Vice Chairman NITI Aayog, Honorable Deputy Chief Ministers from Odisha and Rajasthan, dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. It is my proud privilege and honor to be delivering the vote of thanks at this momentous occasion of first ever Meet in India conclave. We have just concluded the inaugural session. First and foremost, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to the Honorable Minister for Tourism and Culture, Shri Gajendra Shekhawat ji, for his visionary leadership, unwavering support, and continued guidance for the development of tourism. His direction have contributed immensely in laying a strong foundation for the growth and development of MICE sector in India. Respected sir, your inspiring leadership will continue to motivate and guide us position India as a global MICE destination in time to come. A special gratitude to Honorable Vice Chairman NITI Aayog, Shri Suman Berry, for his gracious presence and valuable insights, especially the global insights which he has presented today. His support reinforces our shared commitment to position India as a premier global MICE destination. We are grateful for the presence of Ms. Diya Kumari ji, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Government of Rajasthan, Srimati Pravati Pareda ji, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Odisha, Dr. Jyotsna Suri, past President FICCI and Chairman and Managing Director of Lalit Hospitality Group. Your gracious present and valuable ideas and suggestions will go through a long way in shaping the growth path and the development of MICE ecosystem in the country. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Senthil Gopinath, CEO of International Congress and Convention Association, for traveling all the way from Amsterdam for attending this session today. This reflects the importance which ICCA, the global body, also associates with Indian MICE segment. We are grateful to Shri Suman Billaji, Additional Secretary and Director General, Ministry of Tourism, for his unflinching support and guidance in shaping a focused and actionable approach towards the development of MICE tourism sector in the country, and aptly setting the context for the conclave today. A sincere thanks to all the esteemed speakers, principal secretaries, secretaries from the state, industry leaders, panelists, moderators, international and domestic MICE operators, professional Congress organizers, professional exhibition organizers, foreign and Indian tour operators, DMCs, media representatives who have gathered here today for this conclave. Your presence will immensely benefit us. Our deepest appreciation also goes to the Department of Tourism, Government of Rajasthan, FICCI, the knowledge partner and the anchor of this Meet in India conclave, India Convention Promotion Bureau, and the Indian Exhibition Industry Association, and last not the least, the team from the Ministry of Tourism for dedication and commitment and the untiring efforts which they have put in for organizing this conclave today. We now look forward to the sessions and the panel discussion planned today on various issues, challenges, opportunities, sharing of success stories, sharing of global models in the field of MICE tourism. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you to all our guests on the dais, the Honorable Minister for Tourism and Culture, Mr. Berry, Priya Kumari ji, Farida ma'am, Mr. Billa. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the close of the inaugural session, but we've got a lot of business to do for the entire day. As our honorable guests leave the dais, may I request you all to please remain where you are. Please remain here for the rest of the program that continues. For those of you who've joined us late, we have a dedicated B2B lounge outside in the foyer for buyers to interact with state and industry representatives. Please visit this lounge and find time during the day to network and connect at this lounge, which will be open until lunch. Please remain in your seats, ladies and gentlemen, as we move on to our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to please take your seats? We've got a session that is ready to start. Please be seated. अभी नहीं, अभी नहीं. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to please take your seats? Our sessions are getting delayed. May I request you to please be seated? Members of the media, may I request you to please move outside the hall? Shorty, we need to add one more chair here. You can remove the chair with the back. नहीं, move it. Ladies and gentlemen, final call, please come and sit down. We're ready to start our session. Those of you who need to be outside may please move out. All our participants, delegates, speakers, please come in and take your seats. We now have a keynote address Please come in and sit down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as many of you may be already aware, the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, has officially joined the International Congress and Convention Association, ICCA, to boost meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions tourism in India. This move aims to leverage ICCA's network and expertise to attract international MICE events to the country. ICCA, as many of you may be aware, is a global association that represents the international meetings and events industry. It provides a platform for connecting with international association meetings and helps promote destinations as venues for these events. By joining ICCA, India gains access to ICCA's extensive network of meetings, professionals, event organizers, and destination representatives. And this will help India promote its tourism and business event capabilities to a wider international audience. I think that deserves a round of applause. India joining the International Congress and Convention Association to boost meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions. I'd like to now invite and introduce our keynote speaker, a true global leader in the events and meeting industry. With over 2 decades of experience, he has led from the front, from steering the Sri Lanka Convention Bureau to shaping the future of ICCA, the International Congress and Convention Association, as its CEO. A visionary strategist and a past winner of the Global Business Events Strategist of the Year by PCMA USA, he brings deep expertise, passion, and a global perspective to everything that he does. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Senthil Gopinath.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What a wonderful moment to be here in India, and particularly in this beautiful
It happens
city of
now.
Jaipur and Rajasthan.
You just have to be in
We're
the
just
right
looking
place.
at listening to
With
all
government,
these
in
distinguished
tech labs, AI think
invitees
tanks,
just now, talking
academia,
about
places and
Meet in
spaces
India.
where
What a
virtual becomes
statement,
reality
and more
and
importantly, the
reality
leadership
is made
talking about
real.
MICE
So what's our
segment.
strategy?
I roughly travel
Advocate,
about
innovate,
90.
lead, move, get into those places and spaces and make things happen. Bring our equal.
I just want to make a very emotional statement. It's this kind of word. Just I mean, you guys, all of you come from the industry or the stakeholders like me. It's very heartwarming to see our leadership talking about the MICE segment, from right at the top, from the Prime Minister and the Minister of Tourism, the Deputy Chief Ministers from different states. That's very unique. I think I can say that because I see that in other parts of the world. We keep trying, we try to drive as ICCA to advocate between governments how important the MICE segment. So indeed, really, really glad to see how the leadership taking forward. I'll quickly run through a presentation with a video, please, you can.
Change doesn't wait for those who wait. It happens now. You just have to be in the right place. With government, in tech labs, AI think tanks, academia, places and spaces where virtual becomes reality and reality is made real. So what's our strategy? Advocate, innovate, lead, move, get into those places and spaces and make things happen. Bring our equaled industry vision and expertise to policy, technology, business, education, culture, and launch big, tangible, game-changing things globally, locally, wherever it matters. As for legacy, stop talking, start building. Community, equity, diversity, inclusivity, sustainability. These aren't checkboxes, they're the blueprint. Because every event, every connection, every meeting, every handshake, every one-to-one conversation, every campfire session, every breakout, every old acquaintance, every new friend, every smile, every nod, every coffee poured, every interaction on the staircase, in a queue at the bar, over a canopy, even adding a little makeup in a restroom. Each moment moves us forward, onward into the spheres of influence. These are the places where we belong. This is our strategy. When we realize that we're stronger than ever, everyone plays catch up. So don't wait for change. Don't leave it a little longer. Embrace the inevitable, simple, and beautiful truth. Tomorrow starts today.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That's a quick note about who we are, ICCA, in the International Congress and Conventions Association. What do? We, across the world, globally advocate between governments. How do we build the meetings industry segment? It's like what we are doing today, talk, educate, share best practices, and more importantly, advocate with the government how important this sector and how important this sector contributes to the nation's GDP and to the global GDP. Of course, like the Honorable Minister said, it's a great driver. So that's ICCA's role. To quickly run upon to showcase to you, yes, while we say important statistically, what is this industry all about? The MICE segment, it represents about 25% of global tourism, as you see. And of course, the number of jobs it creates, you can see the magnitude of it. That's the kind of industry we are in, and we all contribute constantly to the development of this industry. And it represents 10% of global GDP. I think it's very vital for us as industry colleagues. I always say that all of us has a voice. Each one of us has to need to talk about it. I'm glad to see that it's being extensively spoken in India at the moment and launching a campaign called Meet in India. So congratulations to FICCI, ICPB, everybody for coming together. This kind of activation, this kind of initiative is so vital because we are busy day-to-day organizing our events and bringing our customer. But we fail to think that how big is our industry and how important we talk about this industry constantly. So that's very vital so that when we speak, we grow and the policymakers understand who we are. Moving on, ICCA continuously advocates with larger UN bodies across the world. One of those is UN Tourism to talk about part of leisure segment is my segment. We are beyond tourism, but we also want to recognize that like leisure tourism, my segment contributes phenomenally to the GDPs, to the growth of a nation, and most importantly, creating large volume of job opportunities. Now, that's the part of contribution what the meetings industry makes. Now, of course, this is just about before COVID, the numbers, and then it transformed with enormous growth. The new report is coming out soon. That will be ready by third quarter of this year. And I can tell you that from a $1.6 trillion, we have grown up to about almost beyond 2. So that clearly showcases, and I'll come to the what is beyond the $2 trillion. So that's the kind of phenomenal growth the global industry is heading for. We are one of the industry very rarely bounce back after COVID situation. We bounced back over 64% in the 24 months period. That's 23 and year 24. So that's the kind of dynamism our industry has, and we constantly grow as an industry. Now, here again, looking at where we are heading, by 2035, the projection says we'll head to 2.5 trillion. Now, that's the direct expenditure, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm sure indirectly, if you look at what's our industry, we are beyond $4 trillion. because the statistical data what we provide from all of you within the industry constitutes this number. But the other contributions made by various stakeholders within the industry, starting from somebody who's selling to the delegate who's coming from MICE industry, is much, much larger. And that's all about around $4 trillion. Now, what do we do as different regions we operate? ICCA has almost 106 country membership around the world. We have almost 1,100 members, corporate members, representing 106 countries in all continents. Now, if you really see how the region is being transforming, each region has its focus using the meetings industry as a catalyst. So we are not really just bringing people and showcasing attraction. We drive knowledge economy. We drive the business segment. We drive scientific growth in a nation. That's what the meeting industry does. And it drives the economy in an intangible way, because every conference organized, every professional in the country drives the investment, drives the knowledge economy, and drives the growth of that nation. So if you really see different parts of the world, even if you look at a region like Middle East, they are redefining image and perception using the meeting industry as a catalyst. So many regions use Europe. If you take, for example, legacy initiatives are becoming hugely important. Hospitals are built due to conferences coming to a city. Investors are coming to a city. They come, they attend a conference, and they start investing phenomenally into that city or the country. So we drive many, many aspects rather than filling a meeting room and bringing delegates together for a conference. So we are more than conference organizers or meeting industry colleagues. We are enablers in driving many, many economies together. Now, global MICE events industry is fast developing. Just to look at what Asia Pacific AP stands for, almost 22.86%. Now, that's really huge. If you really look at from a global context, of course, almost 25% is contributed from Asia Pacific, the region where India is based. India is one of the greatest contributors to that segment. So again, future growth is pretty much in this area. And we see that that's been growing year on year. Now, this is almost year 23 statistics. When 24 comes in, and I'm sure it'll be released soon at IMEX trade show, ICCA will be releasing the global ranking. This percentage, I'm sure it's gone to a much bigger numbers to come. Yes, and if you look at where's Asia Pacific number of meetings from 2024, and then the number of 23 and 24, if you really see how the growth factor, looking in comparison to all the other regions. So again, AP region is phenomenally growing. The statistical data coming in, we started looking at very different methods in gathering more tangible data. That's the biggest challenge in our industry, but it looks on a growth trajectory, and numbers are phenomenally growing in time to come. Looking at where the delegate expenditure, again, speaking about the $1 trillion, where the contribution comes in, you can see the growth factor up until 2026, how the contribution comes in. The meeting industry is the largest contributor within the MICE, the meeting segment. I'll come within the MICE segment, because it contributes trillions of dollars. And every year we have almost 1,100 new meetings coming into in the total meeting size. So when I speak a new segment, a new topic is created, a new meeting starts in different parts of the world. That's how meeting grows. Yes, if you really look at it, what this meeting industry contributes, segments of areas of sectors. So we are not really related to tourism. We say we are beyond tourism, and we contribute to all these sectors. Every meeting, every professional comes to a country in organizing a meeting. They bring the knowledge economy to the country. They share best practices. They also develop the local knowledge, because all our meetings are membership-based associations. When they come, they learn from the local audience, local community, and they also share the global best practices with the local community. Now, India is placed heavily in that sphere. India has huge knowledge economy domestically, and this brings huge potential for India to attract a larger number of global conferences pretty much easily compared to many, many other destinations. That's the size of meeting. Like I referred to the 1,100 meetings created every year. If you really see 20,000 meeting series, 240,000 meeting editions. Now that's a contribution comes into almost more than $1.8 trillion in the 2.5-year projecting, because every meeting brings a delegate back to the destination, or the family comes in. The statistics says that almost conference delegates spend 6 times of the leisure delegates. So their spending is much higher, and they also tend to come back again because they tend to explore the city. So you're looking at a large volume of business happening, and every segment, every topic we speak, we have a meeting gathering for that. And year on year, ICA statistics clearly shows that's almost 1,000 plus new meetings are being introduced into the database. Looking at India, coming down where we are, looking at, it's phenomenal to see 73 associations are based, international association or the secretary generals are based in India. Now, from an Indian context, this might look at small, but I can say 73 is a large number. The second highest number in another country is within Europe. It's about 28. So you can see, ladies and gentlemen, how big India and what's the potential India has, because you have all of them living in India. So to bid and bring the conference to India is much quicker process rather than sort of recreating the model and working on the bidding process. And also 1,200 potential RFPs. Now that's again huge. These are potential researched, which has phenomenal potential for India, depending on the sectors, depending on the influencers, depending on ambassadors who are based here. That's a number of RFP. That's again, you can see over a year if you have 1,200 congresses, that's huge. Now that's a volume and that's a magnitude of India can offer and bringing the conference to this part of the world. Yes, of course, we constantly advocate as ICA as an entity. How do we really look at contributing the BE environment? Yes, conferences like, again, just to showcase, 63% of the industry events are conferences. So all of you constantly being part of these, organize this large segment of events. And of course, we continuously grow beyond the leisure sector tourism, because we contribute much larger in dollars and euros compared to the leisure segment. Yes, the global activity phenomenally picking up pace. It's moving forward as we speak. Attending numbers are growing over 70%. Meetings are becoming a bit more smaller than what it's pre-COVID, but the number of and series of meetings are becoming larger and larger. I can talk about this in hours and hours. Let's move on. Yes, events of looking at now, how do you win on the now Gen growth? The percentage itself speaks on is how the Gen Z looking at and how much the working professional agree, what kind of a percentage and how they are engaging, how they are being part of this segment. So even the future growth, future drive in every sector we are part of, because we are an industry, we are part of every sector, whether it's banking, finance, industrial, manufacturing, we have a share to play because we organize all those events and we bring those professionals to different parts of the world. Yeah, one of the other concepts becoming very popular, this is very unique to India, like the Deputy Chief Ministers mentioned, every state, every city has a unique offering. So we see that the D2 are taking place within the conference, business and leisure becoming more and more popular, experiential learning becoming very common, part of the conference, part of the content, part of the program you put together. So India has a very good position there, because every state, every city is so diversified in India, can offer a conference delegate a different experience. And I know I see industry leaders around in the audience who constantly advocate that. So ladies and gentlemen, again, there is a great USP for India. Of course, again, having said all this, it's important that which destination understands and how do they sort of forge ahead with their plans to achieve sustainable growth. So I'm glad to see that the leadership understand who we are and what we do as an industry. And they're also looking at sustainable growth through infrastructure development, building convention centers, looking at training centers, looking at knowledge development. So that's very encouraging to see. The strategy is getting into place and the brand identity called Meet in India coming into place under Incredible India. So congratulations to the leadership looking at, and then also to all of you who are driving that growth. Again, like the one last point to see, it's more than from ROI to ROX. So return on experience is becoming fundamentally important. So the customer is looking at the association meetings, customer is looking at, or the conference organizer looking at, what do I experience? What do my participants experience? And more importantly, how do I grow my membership through experience? So content, the organizing logistics, everything is changing. It has changed in the last 24 months, predominantly into return on experience more than return on investment. The industry contributes across all these spheres. That's what we do when we organize a conference. We constantly advocate to every topic possible in a country, from a scientific to political growth, etc. So we constantly drive initiatives, we constantly bring knowledge, and we constantly achieve sustainable growth in the nation. Yes, somebody mentioned here while speaking that, yes, we are just, it's a tip of the iceberg, because the impact what we create, a multi-sectoral impact, it's huge compared to what we are doing, what we are talking about, and the GDP we contribute. We need to speak about, we need to more advocate so that we become a strong industry. And I see that more and more happening in India, particularly driven by the private sector and along with the state sector understanding that thought process. So great job there, but we have a long way to go. We also contribute to the intellectual impact on the other sectors, young professional growth, sustainability, legacy community impact, the diversification, D&I. We constantly advocate as an association across the world how important we look at diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I'm glad to say that that's clearly advocated in the industry in India. And I see that it's more and more growing in many parts of the world. ICCA's one of the fundamental pillars is that. Yes, we are part of the net carbon zero movement. We constantly advocate because we need to focus on sustainability as an industry. So ICCA is a founder member of the net carbon zero event, and we constantly have been advocating across the world, getting the whole industry, over 700 signatories are part of it now. Again, I urge all of you who are not part of it, look at it being part of it, because we need to do a responsible business so that we have a future for us and for the future generation. Again, on to sustainable goals, we actively involve into many sectors of the UN SDGs, looking at gastronomy, looking at various activities. Yeah, of course, Waikin is with me, Regional Director for Asia Pacific, and talk more during the breaks and get you involved part of all these initiatives. I know time is of essence now. Yeah, again, what we do across the world with outside the industry, working with different parts of different thought leadership organization, the development banks, the World Banks, the United Nations. Again, why we advocate to bring their part of our segment and also to advocate how big is our industry is all about. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's all about we, not me. I keep saying around the world, that's the only way we can grow as an industry. And I see that today you're having many, many states coming together, working as one concept, one meet in India. So it is glad to see that all of you are taking that initiative. That's again, we advocate across the world. So let's work together, be a part of it so that we can achieve what we want. And we collaborate together so that we can create a sustainable meetings industry segment across the world. Having said that, I'll invite all of you to the ICCA Congress in Porto this year. Again, over 1,500 people coming together, thought leadership from over 90 countries. It's not about ICCA, it's all about coming, sharing best practices, learning, and making our industry bigger and better. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gopinath. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Gopinath will be available through the day for those of you who'd like to connect and discuss more details with him. We're moving on to our next session, which is Catalyzing Growth, How Tourism Policies Are Attracting MICE Opportunities. As India emerges as a global hub for meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions, tourism policies are becoming key drivers of change. And in this session, we bring together a few secretaries of tourism from across the country to explore how visionary policies, world-class infrastructure, and innovative marketing are shaping the future of MICE in India. So I'd like to request our guests to please come up on stage quickly. We've got very, very little time. So if I could request all our guests to please come up. Mr. Sanjeev Ahuja, Secretary, Tourism, Government of Goa. Mr. Rajendra Kumar, Secretary Tourism, Government of Gujarat, Mr. Balwant Singh, Commissioner cum Secretary Tourism, Government of Odisha, Mr. Pavan Kumar Jain, Assistant Director Tourism, Government of Rajasthan, Ms. Preeti Srivastav, Deputy Director Tourism, Government of Uttar Pradesh. To moderate this session, we have with us Ms. Swati Vashisht, a journalist of over 15 years of print, news media, digital media as well experience, and she is also an award-winning fine art and travel photographer. Are we playing? Okay, thank you very much. Preeti, we got it. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we've got this session that is now in charge. On stage is Swati Vashisht.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome to the session on catalyzing growth through MICE, where we will unpack over the next few minutes how tourism policies are attracting MICE opportunities. As India stands at the threshold to position itself as an emerging global capital for meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions riding the international MICE momentum, government's renewed focus on the segment, and the confidence generated through the G20 meetings across multiple cities, the numbers look compelling. India's MICE market is projected to grow at a compound annual growth rate, CAGR, of 6% this year. And globally, the MICE market is poised to expand at a CAGR of 7.5% till 2030. As the Union Minister for Tourism and Culture, Mr. Shekhawat, has underscored, MICE is the fastest growing in the segment in tourism. While that makes it the proverbial low-hanging fruit, how well we partake of it depends on how prepared we are. This momentum, though, presents an enormous opportunity to India, and not just our metros, but our states are poised to capitalize on it and capture the lion's share. We are joined by tourism secretaries and senior functionaries from tourism departments from 5 key MICE states to share their insights on proactive policy frameworks, infrastructure development, and state-led innovations on the fronts of skilling, marketing, and tech in the MICE sector. To begin the conversation, I will request each of the panelists to kindly give us an overview of how they see MICE evolving in the next 3 to 5 years, and what role do they see for their state in contributing to this growth. We can begin with Mr. Ahuja, and he can give us the Goa perspective.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for giving us this opportunity to present our states in front of you. Fortunately, Goa had a long-standing branding for MICE events. I remember, in fact, still goes on. All colleges and schools have their alumni association meeting in Goa only. In fact, I have passed out from NITI Jaipur only, and my 25 years of the meeting was also held in Goa. So that is one important event that happens in Goa for every one of us. And second is the Sunburn Festival. That has been happening in Goa for a very, very long time. We are talking about concerts now, but that concert has been happening. It's an international concert. We attract around 4 or 5 lakh people in that concert, both from India and abroad. So Goa had a experience of the MICE events, and most of it was done by the private sector only at that point of time. As Honorable Minister said in the morning that we have to have a concerted effort. So we started the concerted efforts 2 years back, and those efforts have paid off to some extent. We have to do many more things, but those have paid off to some extent. So that because, as you all know, G20, almost 8 events were held in Goa for G20 meetings, and Energy Week was held 2 years back in Goa. That was, and then it happened in Delhi last year. Next year, it's again happening in Goa, which is also a very big event. So Goa has a very good connectivity. First thing important is connectivity. We have 2 airports. Recently, we have opened a Mopa airport, so which is a beautiful airport. So we have connectivity from many countries abroad and also from all over India. In fact, now there are 2 direct flights from Jaipur also. There are 20-30 flights from Delhi. So the connectivity is the first thing which fortunately we have. The second thing which we have been successful in is the highway connectivity, because earlier going from North Goa to South Goa was a pain because of the low road capacity. But now the highways have been constructed, so we have highway capacity also. The third important thing is the physical infrastructure. So we had quite a bit of infrastructure in private sector, but now we are developing convention centers under the PPP mode. We have already given a constructed premises on a PPP basis to private partners to complete it, furnish it, and then run it. That is in Panji only. And we are planning to give a very big chunk of land, around 4 lakh square meter in Donapola, which is the prime location in Goa, to a private partner, again on a PPP basis, to develop the this thing. So in next few years, we see MICE activities increasing a lot in Goa, and let us hope all of you visit Goa soon. Thank you.
Absolutely. We would now like to get in the Gujarat perspective, and may I request Mr. Kumar to kindly give us the Gujarat picture.
Thanks, Swati. Good afternoon, all. I'll begin where we left in the previous session. In terms of global market for MICE destination, indeed it's 25% of overall, which is 10% of the GDP globally. Where we are as a country, as a state, we are yet to achieve that milestone. And in terms of potential, if you look at the tourism potential of the country and my state, the state of Gujarat, India's cultural potential, natural potential, and historical potential is amongst top 10 in the entire world. But we are not attracting commensurate number of opportunities in terms of tourism. We are yet to reach our potential. So it's just a beginning, I would say. Coming back to Gujarat, within India, if we talk about Gujarat, in terms of MICE tourism, I think we have a mileage of an early starter. Gujarat started hosting global level of events as early as 2003, beginning with a Vibrant Gujarat summit, which was one of its kind in the entire world and a torchbearer for the entire country. And then, probably G20 showed the way to entire, country and the world, that how the tier 2 and tier 3 destinations of India has the potential, capability, and as well as the desirability to host such kind of events. Today, Gujarat is poised, with a robust infrastructure to host such events, conventions, exhibitions, and conferences. In fact, and the CAGR, in terms of specifically towards my state, I would say that it's more than 40%. We had around 600 plus such events in 2022, and in 2024 it has crossed 950. So it's around 1,000 plus events which are recorded and there with us. There may be many more which are not captured by us. So it's a huge potential. And we have, coupled with a robust infrastructure, Gujarat is a state with four, international airports, nine other national airports, so very robust connectivity. Coupled with the infrastructure catered to, to cater such events in Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar region, we have more than 4 to 5 such places. The Mahatma Mandir is one. The Gift City Convention Center is second. The Sabarmati Riverfront Exhibition cum Convention Center, ICCA Club, University Convention Center. So there is a host of bouquet of places and infrastructure, and then to club retreats, business retreats, detours, the places like Dhordo run event and Ranotsav uh, creates a unique opportunity to club retreats and along with the tourism along with the convention. So this is a favorite place of people. Almost annually 1 million plus. This year we clocked the mark of 1 million tourists visiting Ranotsav just in a span of 100 days. More than 1 million people visited, and many national international conferences are being hosted there. Similarly, Statue of Unity Convention Center is another one where many national international conferences are being held constantly. Recently, we had Supreme Court's National Law, Legal Aids Authorities conference there, and it's continuing. And in this, what I feel is that the role of government to nudge this kind of infrastructure is very, very important. All these places, it was the government's nudge because of which this infrastructure was created and started. To begin with, Mahatma Mandir, it's created by state government of Gujarat in partnership, now it being run independently by Leela Group. Similarly, Gift City Club, it has, come up with a nudge of government and then now managed by a private partner. Similarly, about Statue of Unity, it's nudged and infrastructure is nudged by the state government, Dhordo, all the places which we have today has a kind of nudge by the government. So it's important to, give a head start for all other places, for the states and the government of India, wherever we are thinking to develop new destinations.
Right.
We have to nudge through state policy and intervention.
In fact, those models that you're talking about are very interesting innovations, and we will come specifically to those. But with that, I would like to now bring in the Odisha perspective, and Mr. Singh can take us through that.
Thank you, Swati. And I want to like to thank Rajasthan government and Ministry of Tourism for inviting, making us part of this ideation thing. Without offending Sir's state, we as Lord of Jagannath Dham blend timeless tradition of mice. So it's a Rath Yatra, which in a day we handle millions of people. So it require a huge set of organizational skills, infrastructure, logistic. So we have advantage as well in Odisha. Our policy, present policy, Odisha tourism policy, provide maximum push to this sector. We understand what in morning Additional Secretary Sir was telling, whether it has mandate from state. We treat this sector entrepreneurship side. So policy provide major push, whether it is infrastructure support, a capital investment subsidy to sector for setting up convention centers by private entrepreneur, or other tax rebates, other benefits, whether land availability. So our present aviation policy also provide a lot of incentives to service provider, airlines to come and join our state. Having huge presence of industry, each and every biggest player we have presence in Odisha. So we see a huge potential when we are working on state vision 2036, when state will become 100-year-old, and Vikasit Bharat 2047. We aim our present, though we are growing better than national average, more than 7% GSDP. We aim present $100 billion economy to become 2036 500 billion, so 5 times, and then 15 times 47. We see this sector, my sectors, huge employment oriented, wealth redistributor. We would be focusing more and more as part of policy.
Right. Thank you. If you can just please bear with me, and I can get Rajasthan and Uttar Pradesh. I know we have Rajasthan and Uttar Pradesh. here as well, but if I can get you in during the questions, because I have just been informed that we are running very short on time. I do have specific questions for both Rajasthan and Uttar Pradesh, but if you would like to briefly give us an overview, then please go ahead and do that.
Good afternoon. I am representing Secretary Tourism, Shri Ravi Jain. I am myself Pavan Jain, Additional Director, Department of Road. Actually, it was a real honor when Tourism Minister, Government of India said that the best tourism policy he found was from Rajasthan. So I would like to tell you that Rajasthan has always supported private investment by a tourism policy framework. We started it from 1993 when the subsidy scheme was announced, and on large scale, hotels were given support by the state government. Subsequently, the tourism policy which gave subsidy was later on modified, and a new tourism unit policy which supports and incentivizes private sector investment were launched. We started from 2007, then subsequently 2015, and now 2024. Our policies which support the private sector investment, they are basically designed with the conversation and the inputs from the stakeholders themselves. So anything which is in our policy is basically a requirement from the stakeholders themselves. What we have done in the policy, we have specified the requirement of land, investment amount, and in how many years these units have to be constructed. So in a time-bound frame, we have moved forward. Recently, if you remember, there was an event of Rising Rajasthan in 2013. During that event, we received more than 1,300 MOUs, amounting to 1.25 lakh crore. In those MOUs, more than 21 convention centers MOUs in private. So it shows the potential growth which is available in the state.
Right.
And the policy of tourism department, they always depend on other departments.
Absolutely. We'll come back to the policy question. But if I can quickly get in UP, or would you like to join during the course of questions?
UP, is already one of the most popular MICE destinations, and we are attracting a lot of events. With Agra is #1 MICE destination. Then we have Varanasi, Lucknow closely following. We've been doing the Investor Summit there, the GBC meetings, Defense Expo, and a lot of events are coming to Lucknow. And we are coming up with 19 new convention centers under our tourism policy of the state.
Right. Great. So now if I can bring in Mr. Kumar again on Gujarat. MICE is a unique area where demand responds to supply. So you create supply and demand follows. So the world-class Gandhinagar Convention Center that you just mentioned has come up in Gujarat. How has the impact been so far? And besides infrastructural development, what are the other areas that go alongside in building the supply side?
See, if we look at the statistics, so globally, almost around 1/4 of the GDP of tourism comes from MICE kind of events. Why it's not so in case of India? Because we still have a supply side constraint. So it's government's probably a nudge is required to address this issue. It was thought very well in time. Mahatma Mandir came out of the experience of Vibrant Gujarat, because as Vibrant Gujarat was growing, there was a huge demand for hotel rooms, as well as to have a facility like that where you can host global kind of events. Mahatma Mandir was came up in 2011, and if at that time, because I was associated with that project also, I was posted in Ahmedabad when it came up. The Mahatma Mandir's convention hall was constructed in 59 days. So that was the scale and speed at which the work happened. So it is actually the government's resolve and to plug the supply side gap. And as we move forward from that time towards this time, the series of the places which we see today, most of these places have a government room. Whether it's Mahatma Mandir, as I explained earlier, whether it's Gift City Convention Center, Sabarmati Convention Center, Eka Club, which is a purely private investment, but on a concession PPP basis, where land was given by government, and then private investment followed. So I think there is a nudge is required from the government and rather subsidy. Similarly, for private, now this was the phase one of Gujarat. We are moving into phase two, wherein now because supply side was provided, demand is coming up huge, and then private sector is coming up. So we are coming up between the space wherein with little bit of incentives, private sector is now coming up. So that is what we are looking forward. And our government provide a lot of financial incentives also to even conduct MICE events in Gujarat and to capital subsidies also there.
Right. It's interesting. Scale is fundamental to MICE sector, all the way from revenue to logistics. Big benefits, as we've seen, always follow big vision, big back-end work, bridging the gaps in areas such as policy, connectivity, transport technology, and skilling, all at a large scale. I will bring in Mr. Singh on this. Can you share the operational best practices that Odisha, for example, has used in managing large delegate flows?
So it's all about again government resolve and taking all stakeholder along with policy input and supportive ecosystem. Our experience handling world-class event, we conducted Hockey World Cup twice in 18 and 23, and Asian Athletic Championship in 17, and recently we concluded Pravasi Bharatiya Divas event. It comes with learning and policy support play a crucial role. But it's always handling such event with the whole of government approach. That's my thing.
With that, I would like to come to Mr. Ahuja. And since MICE is a high value but a niche segment, marketing and promotion for MICE strategies that are used need to be customized and often targeted. Goa has managed to position itself in the MICE segment very well, especially in the incentives part. So what are the promotional strategies that have worked well for you?
Goa has, as Perry was telling in the morning, that we should have after-hour activities also, and for the spouses or whoever is accompanying. So Goa has had good infrastructure, private infrastructure of after-hour activities as well. One. Second, we have now focused on the regenerative tourism, which is we involve the culture, people, local culture, and local cuisine. And that we are promoting a lot, right? Like, for example, we have a Chikal Kalo festival, which is the local Tomatina festival, wherein the people play in mud. Similarly, we had Carnival, which we now celebrate in a big way. We have other Shikmo festival, Deepotsav, etc. So what we do now is that we have a plan of calendar of events planned beforehand, and the MICE meetings, etc., which are to be organized, or conferences are to be organized, they align their conferences with these festivals, etc., so that the delegates have a overall experience of Goa's culture as well. So we have a our temples are very good. Not many people know that, but our temples are very well maintained and very good. So of late there's a latent demand of religious tourism as well. So Goa is fulfilling that demand of that category of people as well. So we have a combination of modern and traditional after-hour activities, which is a good thing, I think, which is attracting people.
Right. Staying with Goa, and I will also get Rajasthan on this later. So Mr. Jain can come in. But Rajasthan, as Goa has been preferred. These have been preferred inbound tourist destinations for decades now. So, one is known as the land of royalty, forts, palaces, virtual museum of heritage. Then there is Goa, which is known as the land of sun, sand, and sea. These are stereotypical but strong identities that both these states have. Now, is there a creative tension in trying to break that mold while also leveraging and building on it? And what does it take to reposition them as great MICE destinations as well?
You are absolutely right. We are doing an effort not to break that mold because we don't want to discourage people from coming for beaches. So what our intention is that if a person was coming or a family was coming for 3 days, we would like to extend it to 4 days or 5 days, in which they can cover other off-beach destinations as well. So we are promoting many off-beach destinations. In fact, we are planning for a convention center in a place called Parmaguti in Goa, which is not on the beach. And since we have bird sanctuary, we have wildlife sanctuaries, we have waterfalls, we have many activities which can be done off beach also. So we are promoting those activities. We are promoting the temples, as I said earlier. So we want people to have an overall experience of Goa, and we don't want to break the beach tradition because we have been benefited from that, and people come to Goa for enjoying at the beaches. So we just want to extend that tenure of stay.
Right. If I can get Rajasthan on this, Mr. Jain, would you like?
I will, actually, I couldn't finish what I wanted to say. Actually, Rajasthan has been the pioneer in granting industry status to the tourism sector. It covers the segment also. And it has reduced substantially the electricity bill and the property tax. So, given at the moment, till date, we have about 1,500 tourism units, which includes hotels, resorts, who have been granted industry status, and more are in pipeline. The third thing is that when we have done all these things and the investment, then we do the tourism projects as the private sector, because private sector has to come forward. They are doing it. These places, whether it is JECC or it's in PPP mode, the improvement of private sector. Similarly, RIC is also working very in the beginning of one year. They secured at least 500 events. So future of, and as you said, where you know that the minister also announced that one Rajasthan Mandapam in the line of Bharat Mandapam is also planned here in Jaipur. So in coming days, improving connectivity, road network, and the infrastructure available, we hope that Rajasthan will be the hub of conventions in coming years, and policy support will also be available and will be further improved for the.
So yeah, policy support is what I'm going to come to now, and we can start with Mr. Singh and then perhaps get the Gujarat perspective and the Goa perspective. A dedicated policy push and subsidies and incentives can be key to and can be game changers in attracting MICE opportunities. Would you like to share the initiatives on these fronts that have been taken by your respective states?
I think in our first talk we spoke about policy, Odisha tourism policy. I spoke. It's about providing land to industry, private player, providing capital investment subsidy or other taxation benefits, clearances, single window clearances. But when it's specific to MICE, I think we have to think about specific policy on MICE, where we think type of quality event we can attract. What can be those policy improvements or new input from government side, whether it is on state GST rebate reimbursement, or on electricity expenses, or on any vendor related expenses, or on traveling expenses reimbursement. I'm sure all states would be competing on MICE-related incentives in coming days.
Right. If I can come to Mr. Kumar and get the Gujarat.
Yeah, thanks. I think I've shared Gujarat's perspective. I'll go beyond that in terms of policy. States are doing their bit in terms of policy for convention and hotel industry. But I think there's a larger role for Government of India to play here, especially if I talk about, the how it typically operates. Any convention center or a big hotel, large budget, infrastructure in this sector, if somebody is putting up, 24 months to 36 months would be the construction time. It'll take another 5 to 7 years for this project to come at a break even. And after that, they'll be able to actually profitably repay. It'll take another, 6 to 8 years for them to repay their debt. But as on date, there's hardly any, finance available, a long-term finance available beyond 7 years or 10 years to this sector. So what is required that this sector be treated as, not only industry, but industry and infrastructure status, so that the infrastructure and long-term finance, which is available to other infrastructure projects on 20 years, 25 years, or 30 years horizon, that should be available to this sector. If that is being done, then we'll see the mushrooming of these kind of facilities across the country. Otherwise, it will always be, state-based and nudge-based, and the way we have been operating so far, that government would come up with the structure, then private sector would come to play an operational role in that. But that's not very sustainable on long term. If we need to create a, infrastructure at parallel with the, Asia Pacific or North America, then we need to think holistically at national level.
Right.
Thanks.
Right.
DEA has a scheme of VZF, which has this convention support as well. I think a little bit tweaking is required there. How more incentive can come, especially on ceiling front. If it is 30 crore, it can be much, much more.
Now, culture, craft, and cuisine are integral to any tourism-related experience, and MICE is no exception. How do you integrate these into enriching the experience for these delegates? Because they, on an average, have just about 2 days or at most 3 days to spend at a destination. Would you share your strategy of integrating these into? Yes, please.
I think this was the question maybe I was waiting for, or I couldn't integrate in my earlier answers. This is most important because detour and experiential tourism is integral and at the heart of creating a demand for this. One such example which we try to do is at two locations, that is the Ranotsav, where experience is part of it. So if somebody is visiting for any purpose or a conference in Ran of Kutch during Ranotsav, this is an integral part. So when you land there, you see the flavor of the state. Almost all cuisines in all restaurants and the VIP dining or any dining area there serve only local cuisines. There is a handicraft exhibition, both a national level as well as state level, different kind of thing. The music which is played almost every day, there's a local flavors, all a kind of folk music and folk dance, almost on daily basis. So that's become a favorite destination for all kind of retreats and conventions, just because of this unique experience which it gives. So embedding the local flavor, local cultural unique experience would, and the kind of diversity which we have in India, would make a demand for every place and every state and every place. So that would be a very healthy kind of way to diversify these and attract more retreats and more kind of experiential tourism clubbing with this.
Without burdening the predictable places. I would also like to get Mr. Singh on this because Odisha has been experimenting with creating immersive layers around these venues.
No doubt about it. When we introduced this eco retreat product in our state on beaches, on hilltops, on river gorges, or near national park, on water bodies, with conference facility, and there are more taken and going to those destinations. So whether it is solo traveler or family or even business leisure, it's all about newness, novelty. Everyone see new thing. So we have to be with those emotions, and we have to present new experiences, whether it is cuisine or culture, craft, anything.
Right. Now the conversations around integrating sustainability and regenerative aspects often come in into the narrative very late and at the cost of unforeseen cost and often irreversible cost to community and environment. Uh, how important do you think it is to weave in these into the, my strategy at these emerging stages?
It's most important, in fact. If we want to attract the global, kind of um, clientele, then it's most important because these days it's very important. It's becoming a value how sustainable a place is, and we have been very mindful of this fact. All our new destinations, we are, doing a very deep analysis about carrying capacity, about, the sustainability. Uh, the two examples which I would quote, first is the Ranotsav. This is, one place and one event which we are doing on absolutely sustainable basis. This entire event is plastic. This year, almost around million tourists visited. Even the water bottles which were used during the entire event was 2.5 million to 3 million water bottles. And this much of plastic we have saved. Even whatever small plastic, which people carry to this place along with their cars and whenever they are coming, was segregated and recycled 100%. We made a mechanism that each and every pouch and packet is collected from all around and it's 100% recycled. So that is the level of and kind of detail which we are working. Same kind of practices we are adopting in Statue of Unity. Even there's no buses available, no private cars can go inside. So you have to get down, you have to take the common bus facility and e-rickshaws inside which they are running. So it's very well thought of that unless you build in the global principles of sustainability and climate-friendly practices, you will not be able to attract the global diaspora and global client. So that's inbuilt and very important.
Right. I would also like to get in Mr. Ahuja on this because Goa has also been putting the spotlight in a big way on regenerative tourism.
Yeah. As I told earlier, we are involving the local people, local culture, local cuisine, local festivals in all our activities so as to ensure that there's a regenerative concept to the tourism in Goa. And we have been stressing that for last more than 2 years or so, and therefore we have come a long way in that. And of course, as far as sustainability is concerned, that is the most important thing. We are going ahead with the modern waste management practices because our population is only about 15 lakhs, but we attract more than a crore of tourists in a year. And so the pressure on the infrastructure is much more than what it is in any other state because we are a very small state. So we are trying to follow all sustainable practices and also stress on the regenerative part.
Right. We are running short on time. I have two final questions, which I will invite your quick comments on. Since collaborations are crucial to growth, what opportunities do you see for public-private partnerships in building an enabling environment in promoting MICE tourism in your state? Additionally, how do you see states collaborating with each other to promote India as a MICE destination globally? To all of you, and perhaps you can take the lead and then we can go on.
Thank you for giving the opportunity again. I think it's very important that private sector is a major player in this because ultimately the operational issues has to be dealt by private sector. The state governments are trying to create, opportunities. We as a state in Gujarat are giving various incentives, fiscal and non-fiscal, to the private players. And within the different states, I think there is need for collaborative approach and complementary approach. We are looking forward for our neighboring states of, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, and Rajasthan. Because even if there's a pure business convention, people would prefer to go out. So if I'm in Ahmedabad, somebody is coming repeatedly for Vibrant Gujarat, second time, third time, fourth time, then they will prefer to go maybe to a neighboring state. And that experience and that synergy is required. We are looking forward for that. And I'm sure that kind of healthy cooperation is there.
Right. Just before the session, I was talking to Ms. Srivastav, and I know that UP has taken specific steps in this direction. Would you share?
Under private-public partnership, we've given our heritage properties on lease. And now that lease is not only for 30 years, 30 plus 30, another 30, so it will go up to 90 years. And Rajasthan MRS group has taken our very, like very prime properties. They are taking the Chatar Manzil, the Chunar Fort, along with, they've done a partnership with Golden Triangle Company of Punjab, and they are going to do these properties for us. Then the Neemrana group has taken this Barua Sagar Fort in Jhansi. So there are another few properties, like some 7, 8 more properties we are opened for public-private partnership. So I hope these properties will come up, and a lot of incentives are also there. We are giving a capital incentive subsidy up to tune of 25%, and another 5% if they are backed by women entrepreneurs. So this will give UP a big leap as far as PPP is concerned. Thank you.
Right. Jane, would you like to add something?
Same PPP. So our successful model of PPP is Tijara Forts, and it has been given to Amarnath Rana Fort, and it's working very well. We have a bank also, land bank also, which contains more than 15 Nadul properties, and which can be leased out further. And we are also planning to lease out some of the Tourism Development Corporation properties to come in future.
I'm afraid the time is up, but I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to hold this very valuable conversation here, to all our esteemed panelists for all their insights, and to all of you who've been a very engaged audience. I wish we had the time to open the forum for audience questions. I'm told we do not have. My apologies. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Swati. My apologies also to our esteemed congregation, but we have a lot of work to complete today. So we go on with the next thing, which is requesting the Director in the Ministry of Tourism, Mr. Gopinath, to please do us the honors of presenting small tokens of appreciation to our speakers up on stage. To Mr. Sanjeev Ahuja, Mr. Rajendra Kumar, Mr. Balwant Singh, Pavan Kumar Jain, and Preeti Srivastav. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be breaking for lunch after this. We will resume with our session at 2:15. 2:15, we want you back inside the hall and we'll be ready to start. So please ensure that you finish your lunch in 45 minutes and are back here. Thank you very much. One for our moderator, Swati Vashisht. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your belongings with you. We will not be able to take care of if you leave them behind. We've got the B2B outside. The lounge is open till lunch. So please ensure that if you haven't found the time as yet, you do go across and meet up with the representatives of the industry as well as the states. Thank you to our esteemed panel. Please move outside for lunch and be back here at 2:15 to start our next session. Thank you very much.
always open for business.
I think Bharat Mandapam has done a great job organizing this international meeting of cultural heritage professionals and officials from around the world. It's not an easy event to pull off. You have major plenaries, you have side events, you have cultural performances. It's just been very easy for me and my delegation to navigate across the many levels and the many spaces here at the venue.
The venue is quite nice. It's clean, spacious. The ambience is good, just relaxed.
Nice place, very new. and a lot of facilities. So thank you, the Government of India, for providing this place for the hosting of the World Heritage Committee.
And ever since, actually, the senior management has been extremely supportive, and the entire management of the ITPO, in fact, has become extremely customer-centric.
समय लिखता है और अपना लिखा खुद मिटा जाता है, लेकिन अरावली की इन वादियों में इसने जो कुछ लिखा, युगों युगों से प्रहरी बना स्वयं उसकी रक्षा करता रहा है। मेवाड़ की धरती पर राजपुताना शौर्य का ये प्रतीक आज भी महाराणा प्रताप के साहस और पराक्रम की गवाही दे रहा है। अजय, अखंड, अपराजित, 36 किलोमीटर का दायरा अपनी बाहों में समेटे ये दुर्ग एक राजा के फौलादी हौसलों की जीती जागती मिसाल है। एक अजूबा ऐसा भी जो किसी बुनियाद के बिना ही 800 साल से चट्टानों पर खड़ा आसमान को ललकार रहा है। रणथंभौर के घने जंगलों के बीच 1000 साल का इतिहास ओढ़े ये किला राजपुताना दिलेरी की मिसाल है। शायद इसीलिए आज यहां शेरों का बसेरा है। शेरों की इस भूमि ने परिंदों को भी पनाह दी है। हजारों मील से आए ये बेजुबान जब वापस लौटते हैं तो दुनिया से कहते हैं, राजस्थान मरुभूमि नहीं, मर्यादा भूमि है। गवाह हैं ये फसीलें वीरांगनाओं के जौहर की। यहीं सजी हैं प्रेम रस में डूबी वो शामें, जिनकी खुशबू आज भी दरीचों से झांकती है। यहीं बसा है वो शहर जो सदियों समय से आगे था, और क्यों ना होता। इसे बसाने वाले का याराना था वक्त के साथ। सदियां कब की सो चुकी, मगर कुछ लम्हे अब भी जाग रहे हैं और सुना रहे हैं कभी न खत्म होने वाली दास्तानें। दास्तानें जो हमारा अतीत है और अस्तित्व भी। समय लिखता है और अपना लिखा खुद मिटा जाता है, लेकिन अरावली की इन वादियों में इसने जो कुछ लिखा,
Always open for business. Always open for business.
I think Bharat Mandapam has done a great job organizing this international meeting of cultural heritage professionals and officials from around the world. It's not an easy event to pull off. You have major plenaries, you have side events, you have cultural performances. It's just very easy for me and my delegation to navigate across the many levels and the many spaces here at the venue.
The venue is quite nice. It's clean, spacious. The ambience is good, just relaxed.
Nice place, very new, and a lot of facilities. Thank you, the government of India, for providing this place for the hosting of the World Heritage Committee.
And ever since, actually, the senior management has been extremely supportive, and the entire management of the IDPO, in fact, has become extremely customer-centric.
समय लिखता है और अपना लिखा खुद मिटा जाता है, लेकिन अरावली की इन वादियों में इसने जो कुछ लिखा, युगों युगों से प्रहरी बना स्वयं उसकी रक्षा करता रहा है। मेवाड़ की धरती पर राजपुताना शौर्य का ये प्रतीक आज भी महाराणा प्रताप के साहस और पराक्रम की गवाही दे रहा है। अजय, अखंड, अपराजित, 36 किलोमीटर का दायरा अपनी बाहों में समेटे ये दुर्ग एक राजा के फौलादी हौसलों की जीती जागती मिसाल है। एक अजूबा ऐसा भी जो किसी बुनियाद के बिना ही 800 साल से चट्टानों पर खड़ा आसमान को ललकार रहा है। रणथंभौर के घने जंगलों के बीच 1000 साल का इतिहास ओढ़े ये किला राजपुताना दिलेरी की मिसाल है। शायद इसीलिए आज यहां शेरों का बसेरा है। शेरों की इस भूमि ने परिंदों को भी पनाह दी है। हजारों मील से आए ये बेजुबान जब वापस लौटते हैं तो दुनिया से कहते हैं, राजस्थान मरुभूमि नहीं, मर्यादा भूमि है। गवाह हैं ये फसीलें वीरांगनाओं के जौहर की। यहीं सजी हैं प्रेम रस में डूबी वो शामें जिनकी खुशबू आज भी दरीचों से झांकती है। यहीं बसा है वो शहर जो सदियों समय से आगे था, और क्यों ना होता। इसे बसाने वाले का याराना था वक्त के साथ। सदियां कब की सो चुकी, मगर कुछ लम्हे अब भी जाग रहे हैं और सुना रहे हैं कभी न खत्म होने वाली दास्तानें। दास्तानें जो हमारा अतीत है और अस्तित्व भी।
Always open for business.
I think Bharat Mandapam has done a great job organizing this international meeting of cultural heritage professionals and officials from around the world. It's not an easy event to pull off. You have major plenaries, you have side events, you have cultural performances. It's just very easy for me and my delegation to navigate across the many levels and the many spaces here at the venue.
The venue is quite nice. It's clean, spacious. The ambience is good, it's relaxed.
Nice place, very new, and a lot of facilities. So thank you, the government of India, for providing this place for the hosting of the World Heritage Committee.
And ever since, actually, the senior management has been extremely supportive, and the entire management of the ITPO, in fact, has become extremely customer-centric.
समय लिखता है और अपना लिखा खुद मिटा जाता है, लेकिन अरावली की इन वादियों में इसने जो कुछ लिखा, युगों युगों से प्रहरी बना स्वयं उसकी रक्षा करता रहा है। मेवाड़ की धरती पर राजपुताना शौर्य का ये प्रतीक आज भी महाराणा प्रताप के साहस और पराक्रम की गवाही दे रहा है। अजय, अखंड, अपराजित, 36 किलोमीटर का दायरा अपनी बाहों में समेटे ये दुर्ग एक राजा के फौलादी हौसलों की जीती जागती मिसाल है। एक अजूबा ऐसा भी जो किसी बुनियाद के बिना ही 800 साल से चट्टानों पर खड़ा आसमान को ललकार रहा है। रणथंभौर के घने जंगलों के बीच 1000 साल का इतिहास ओढ़े ये किला राजपुताना दिलेरी की मिसाल है। शायद इसीलिए आज यहां शेरों का बसेरा है। शेरों की इस भूमि ने परिंदों को भी पनाह दी है। हजारों मील से आए ये बेजुबान जब वापस लौटते हैं तो दुनिया से कहते हैं, राजस्थान मरुभूमि नहीं, मर्यादा भूमि है। गवाह हैं ये फसीलें वीरांगनाओं के जौहर की। यहीं सजी हैं प्रेम रस में डूबी वो शामें, जिनकी खुशबू आज भी दरीचों से झांकती है। यहीं बसा है वो शहर जो सदियों समय से आगे था, और क्यों ना होता। इसे बसाने वाले का याराना था वक्त के साथ। सदियां कब की सो चुकी, मगर कुछ लम्हे अब भी जाग रहे हैं और सुना रहे हैं कभी न खत्म होने वाली दास्तानें। दास्तानें जो हमारा अतीत है और अस्तित्व भी।
Always open for business.
think Bharat Mandapam has done a great job organizing this international meeting of cultural heritage professionals and officials from around the world. It's not an easy event to pull off. You have major plenaries, you have side events, you have cultural performances. It's just been very easy for me and my delegation to navigate across the many levels and the many spaces here at the venue.
The venue is quite nice. It's clean, spacious. The ambience is good, just relaxed.
Nice place, very new, and a lot of facilities. So thank you, the Government of India, for providing this place for the hosting of the World Heritage Committee.
And ever since, actually, the senior management has been extremely supportive, and the entire management of the ITPO, in fact, has become extremely customer-centric.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our first session, post-lunch. The lunch seems to have been very interesting because a lot of people are still not inside the hall. Those of you who are inside, a reminder to kindly keep mobile phones in the silent mode. We're moving on to our first session, titled Unlocking India's MICE Tourism Potential, Elevating Convention Centers to Attract Global MICE Events. Just reduce the volume a little bit, it's echoing. India is poised to become a global powerhouse for MICE tourism, With cutting-edge infrastructure, a strategic location, and a vibrant economy, our convention centers are uniquely poised to attract premier international events. In this session, we shine a spotlight on India's leading convention destinations, the very pillars that are redefining the country's ability to host large-scale international events. From hosting global business forums to cultural extravaganzas, these venues are not just spaces, they are experiences. And today's panel will delve into strategies to boost international visibility, build meaningful global collaborations, and explore how India's rich cultural and business ecosystem can be leveraged to attract marquee MICE events. And we hope to hear their bold strategies, their fresh collaborations, and the unique edge that will position India as a go-to destination for the biggest international MICE events. So we are thrilled to have with us visionaries who drive this transformation. Let's welcome them on stage for what promises to be an inspiring and action-driven conversation. Our moderator, ladies and gentlemen, is the Additional Secretary and Director General Tourism, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, Mr. Suman Billa. On the panel, your name is there, sir. On the panel, we've got Mr. Thomas Joseph, Vice President, Business Development, Geo World Convention Center. With nearly 2 decades of global experience across Oman, Australia, Bahrain, and now India, he has mastered the art of putting destinations on the world map. Mr. Joseph combines sharp business strategy with a deep passion for destination marketing. An ICCA certified international conventions executive and a UFI exhibition management graduate, he's also the proud recipient of 6 international awards for excellence in events. We've also got Mr. Ruben Cherian, Cluster General Manager, Novotel Hyderabad Convention Center and Hyderabad International Convention Center. I'm sure you could give us a better round of applause. That was rather feeble. He's a well-rounded hotelier with over 2 decades of experience in the hospitality industry. At Novotel Hyderabad Convention Center and HICC, Ruben is focused on enhancing the overall guest experience, bringing about stellar growth in revenues, and developing a talented and committed team to manage hotel operations in the ever-evolving business environment. We also have with us Mr. Vikas Sood, General Manager of the Leela Gandhinagar and Mahatma Mandir Convention and Exhibition Center, managed by the Leela. With over 3 decades of experience in the hospitality industry, Vikas brings a remarkable depth of knowledge and innovation to the planning and execution of large-scale conventions and exhibitions. Mr. Manoj Ralhan, General Manager, JECC and Novotel Jaipur Convention Center, brings a wealth of experience and has a track record of excellence in the hospitality industry, working with some of the world's most iconic brands that include the Oberoi, the Taj, Four Seasons, and many more. And throughout his illustrious career, Manoj has led pre-opening projects, transforming luxury hotel operations, and excelling in marketing, sales, and workforce productivity. So it's over to you, Mr. Billa, for a session that promises to change a lot of minds that are inside the hall now.
Thank you, Rini. Good afternoon, everybody. I know this is a particularly difficult session because you've just had lunch and you've sort of rolled back into the room. It's going to be a challenge to keep your eyes open, but we'll try and make it as interesting as possible. We have these 4 distinguished gentlemen who are there with us. So far, throughout the day, you've only heard the government speak about what it is that the government wants. In this session, we've got the industry, and we will try and see as to what is it that they want and what is the aspiration that they have from an industry point of view and where they would like to see India going. So what I will do is I'll try to keep it simple. I will just throw, maybe a few questions, 3 or 4 questions to each of them. And then we'll probably open up the floor for questions so that you can, we can have a insightful interaction. So as I can see that we've got 40 minutes for this session and we're already at 39. So without wasting any time, perhaps we can start from the right to the left. So since this morning, we've all been speaking about how our venues are world class, and how we've got infrastructure that can compete with the very best in the world. And since all four of you are major infrastructure owners, maybe TJ, I will start with you. Can you, sort of tell us as to what is it that differentiates your venue from international peers, and where would you place in terms of comparative benchmark? In the sense, if you were to compare yours with some of the other competing destinations around the world, would you think that you are there, you are better, or maybe there is still some time to catch? Are there any aspects that we need to sort of be looking at seriously?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Billa, and good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I just wanted to thank the Minister of Tourism for putting up this fantastic event, Meet in India. I think what needs to be applauded is that we are now asking the right questions. This forum here, having this discussion with the industry, asking what is missing in the ecosystem is the right step. So hearty congratulations to everyone, sir. With regards to the Geo World Convention Center, I hope most of you here have attended one or many other events at the convention center in Mumbai. What sets us apart from any other venue in the country or internationally is we have this approach of going beyond the four walls and the roof of a convention center, a typical convention center. We have a whole of destination approach in what we do. For most of you who have not been to the venue, we are a convention center. We've got 15,000 square meters of exhibition space. We've got one of the largest pillarless convention halls in the country. That's 10,000 square meters. We have probably one of the most luxurious banquet venues in the country, the Lotus Ballroom. That's another 3,000 square meters. We have 27 different meeting rooms. We have the Nita Mukesh Ambani Cultural Center, which is a 2,000-seater opera-level auditorium, and a couple of other smaller venues as well. So that's in terms of the convention center, but we've also had the Geo World Plaza, which is a high-end luxury retail mall that has opened as well. So we focused on giving the whole destination experience to our visitors, our delegates who come to the venue. And we have had this approach of working on a precinct model as well, where we bring along the hoteliers by the virtue of our location right in the heart of the Mumbai city in BKC. We are surrounded by a plethora of restaurants, cafes, bars, theaters, malls as well. So we have this approach of bringing the entire precinct together and have a destination approach. I wouldn't say that sets us apart from any other established venue in the world. A lot of the venues, a lot of the destinations around the world have this approach, and that's why they are successful. But I think we take a lot of pride in saying that we try to get that right. Probably one of the first convention centers that has got a precinct approach, whole of destination approach to the delegates as well.
Thank you, TJ. Vikas, for you, tell us a little bit about your destination. What differentiates, and how would you place yourself in the world?
Apart from infrastructure, which has been there already in most of the convention centers and the cities that we are dividing our convention center in terms of four segments. We say visitors, visitors, exhibitors, organizers, the delegates who are attending that, and our venue partner. So it's a whole consortium which works together, and we bring in expertise on the floor with not only the infrastructure, which is very important in India nowadays, that you should be a subject matter expert. You have a big convention center, you have a technology, you have HCP bandwidth, you have simultaneous interpretations, but who's the expert? So we need, that's what we were talking about, the skill, and that's what we are nurturing at the Convention Center, which is managed by Leela. And what we are trying to develop is the expertise in the how, if we do a bid for an event, or if we do a bid for an event to get an event from international or a national level, it's the expert person which is required who can answer all the questions for an organizer, logistics support, technology which is there, or is it for a visitor, what is there for a tourism, who are the people who are going to be there. So everybody would like to ask that what's there for them. Ease of doing business, single window clearance, airport clearance from that, custom clearance from that, logistics support which is there, vendor management, manning. So all things we have developed in the past 5 years to make it a center which is one-stop solution for everything. So that makes our center not only infrastructurally, which is ahead of the time, but also the expertise which we bring it on the table to an organizer and makes a comfortability. Because the organizer part of the associations are also have their own business to run. So they need time. They don't have a time to discuss about every nitty-gritty in mind. So we manage with that. And that's why we bring an edge over the other convention centers in international level as well as national.
Thank you. Ruben?
So what I would say is, I mean, while, you know, the reason why all of us are here is because we all operate large convention centers, and there is something that sets all of us apart. You know, in certain ways or the other, infrastructure being the main, because for every convention center, why does a big convention happen? Because when you have the infrastructure, the facilities, the breakaways, the you know, the plethora of the other ancillary things that go with it. I think what the edge that we have as Hyderabad Convention Center is we were in existence almost now in for the last 18 years. So, you know, we've done almost, we do an average of almost 200 large meetings and conventions and association meets and all. So experience comes our way, and plus the previous relationship that we built, that we had, that we hold with a lot of our international counterparts is, you know, helps us lead the way, and equally the AV partners that we have, you know, whether it's digitization or whether it is kind of blending in technology to ensure that gets into the most comforting way to the client. You know, at the end of the day, what does the client enjoy? You know, technology is as good as one can use it, and how can it ease? So that's what kind of I would say that which I think.
Thank you, Manoj, for your take.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Billa. Thank you so much for having me here. And I had actually prepared some 10 answers to the question. All the 10 got my points. I had to strike them off because by the time the mic has reached me, all my points are already answered. So I really don't know what to say. But what I'll ask every audience today is, I hope everyone has had lunch. And did you all enjoy the lunch? Thank you so much. The gatta curry was cooked by me, by the way. So I came in yesterday and I cooked it myself. That is exactly what really differentiates us, Mr. Billa. I think the innovation, the passion, the hospitality aspect that we bring in, and I'm not saying it's only for us. I think all four of us here today really believe in that aspect. And how do you make that consistently? How do you deliver excellence consistently, day in and day out, event after event, is what really I think differentiates us. Talking about our venue here in Jaipur, I mean, JCC has been here for the last 10 years. But in the last 1 year, our revenues have skyrocketed. Obviously, the G20 presidency showed the entire country how the country can actually operate and do MICE events. But over here, we orchestrated 8 global scale artists who came and performed, and has actually changed the way Jaipur is looked at today on the India MICE map. From a infrastructure point of view, again, along with these venues, the room inventory in the city is very, very essential. Without that, you can't really hold world-class events. So for us, we are only 226 rooms. So how do we bring in something which is bigger than that? A JCC requires anywhere in between 700 to 1,000 rooms. So what we do is we work together with the hotels. We have a collaboration. We have an ecosystem that exists wherein in 90 minutes, we give solution to our clients straight away. So any query that hits our desks for JCC, in 90 minutes, we'll give you solutions for rooms. We connect with all the hotels. You'll get a query, you'll get the rates for an availability for 1,000 rooms, transportation, logistics, whatever was being talked about, we give you the solution. So I think that is what something really drives and fuels us on a daily basis.
Great. So I think that more or less leads into, you know, what I wanted to ask next, which is essentially about making compelling things. Because all across the world, it's fairly straightforward that there is a convention promotion bureau, and then they have all service providers there, you know, the convention center, the hotel, the caterers, the audiovisual guys, the florists, everybody. And when you're actually placing a bid, you've done a composite work. Everybody has gotten together and say, there is this opportunity, we should go out and get it. And how do we work something that is, a package that is compelling, and take the risk out of it and take the guesswork out of it for the client who wants to come. So, and I think that is probably something where you've said that you work with all of those partners. I'm very happy to listen to that. But I think this is something where we need to create a structure which is very cogent, which is working on this 24/7. And, how do you make this, happen? Because for people today, if somebody has to look at India, I think the conference organizer, the PCO, would have to go and, sort of get, rates from everybody else, put that together. I think what we need is a more active, partnership. So, Ruben, because, in Hyderabad, you've had this convention center, which is Convention Promotion Bureau, for several years and which has done good work. Maybe I would like to start with you on how do we institutionalize it and how do we structure this so that we have a game plan for, attacking big opportunities that we have. Because the biggest challenge today is that we have the supply. I think the challenge is how do we generate demand, which, optimizes the supply that we have. So your thoughts, please.
So you're absolutely right. In fact, most of the things that you said in your welcome speech, it was leading towards that. And definitely, it's a must-have a convention bureau for every city or every state which is lacking. I mean, fortunately, Hyderabad has it. Like I just mentioned, this convention center was built 18 years back, and the government has a stake in the convention center. So that's the reason this bureau was put up in combination with people from the government, people from the convention center, and people with associated like airlines and other operators. So it really helps. But I would not say, I would say it's not being utilized to its optimum because again, with the bureau, the advantage is showcasing what we have. One is showcasing India in the international platform, then coming down to your state, coming down to your city, and then eventually coming down to the facilities that is there. So if we have got the bureaus across every city, our visibility in the international platform, what like you said, the international PCOs and the DMCs, why would they want to come to India? So these bureaus put across the facilities that we have to offer in the city and the state, and how they can facilitate seamless protocols, the cutting across bureaucracy, making visa free, making all the international people getting their equipments with ease, maybe not charging GST. Those kind of initiatives definitely helps across having a bureau and representing it in the international.
So Manoj, you spoke about how you're already working with the ecosystem in a way, but you're working at it mostly from an individual perspective. As a business, you're working with them and trying to create that predictable system which is able to offer solutions. How do you think we should institutionalize this, going forward, and what is it that you want to happen to structure something into a formal framework?
Right. So, last year was our first year of operation, Mr. Villa. And we really wanted to be out there. So we traveled across many forums. We've been to ICCA, we've been to UFI, we've been to ITB, and Thomas, I've met him in most of these events that take place, IMEX included. What we really felt was that individually, everyone is really working and striving towards bringing these conventions. Now, in our hotel, in our setup, we're about 70% MICE driven and about 25% weddings. And 5% of my entire business mix is rest everything else put together. All of it is domestic. Now, I'm sure everyone knows that India does not get anything beyond 1% of international MICE into India. So, in all my conversations with all these operators and associations, it was very evident that there has to be the association which has to pitch in, because venue is just one part, one aspect of it, right? The government has to support, the government has to pitch in, and there are a few other aspects which have to come together to be able to bid, for an international conference / convention. I mean, there is so much as far as healthcare, IT, and IT-related services is concerned, and we don't get any of it as of now. So HICC, in fact, in the past has been able to get international conventions in the past, but for us, especially in tier two cities, the government has to play a very frontal role. So I'll give you an example. We tried to get, I mean, about a year and a half back, we spoke about IFA Awards, and IFA Awards is something what is, Oscars for Hollywood is what is IFA for Indian film industry. And in order for us to pitch in, the government of Rajasthan put in a front foot, we put in a front foot, and then and with the blessings of the Prime Minister's office, we could actually make that happen. So it was unstructured, but we, came together. Here there has to be structure to it. So I think that will definitely help us. And I think second is unified marketing, unified branding. That has to come into play. I think we don't market ourselves enough. We don't talk about so many things that we have been not only about culture and heritage, we're also about art. And if you go around my property, you would see more than 1.5 crore worth of art that I have invested. There is Pichwai, there is Basholi, and there is some art from West Bengal. Jammu Kashmir, West Bengal, and Rajasthan. Art is displayed in my lobby. So, that is something that we offer to. We don't talk about it enough. When we are bidding for a convention or a conference, there has to be the pre and post experience. So I think we don't, market that in such a way that some of my colleagues sitting on this dais have come in yesterday, but I'm not sure if there was an itinerary for them that they could actually go and enjoy the local heritage, local culture, and there is some drama around it, storytelling, which goes around to be able to, when they go back with impact. So I think that all, and the list is long, and we can keep talking about it, but the government will have to take that frontal step, move things across. And sorry, I'm going to take 30 more seconds, but hygiene, I think that is also another aspect that comes into play. Safety and hygiene of guests who are coming in. That again, that perception building. How do we change that perception? To change that perception, we have to obviously work towards it, but also market correctly.
I just wanted to add here that, when Manoj spoke about the international expos that we were getting at HICC, till pre-COVID, we used to have bookings 6 years and 5 years in advance. That's huge. And so, the exposure has been there by the state, by the city, by the convention center in the international market, and over a period. So while the existence was since 18 years, we started building it up gradually, and the advance bookings started coming 5, 6 years in advance. But post-COVID, India is forgotten. Nobody knows because other countries have very aggressively pitched in themselves, which India kind of took some time. So 2023, for all of us, the entire hospitality industry did brilliant business. So if I were to just talk about HICC, I did 30% more revenue than 2019, but it was from 100% India-based companies. Now, as we move into 24 and 25, slowly the international associations have started out moving. So I think it's about time that, we focus more on India's existence in the international market to kind of get in more business.
Vikas?
Too many things said, but I'm just saying that the organizers I'm talking about inbound business because we talk a lot about national events there in India itself. Just to bring in the business from outside is about what is the convention center has to do, and is it related to pricing strategy? Is it about the vision, how we want to go? Is it about the expertise that again I mentioned about that earlier also? Technology, we should be in competitive technology, what we have in other centers, approachability to the centers, destination management. That is, some of our countries been doing excellent in terms of promoting their destinations. So it's important for all the four people which I mentioned earlier about visitors, delegates, exhibitors, organizers. So what's there for them? Organizers, they want their own comfort level. Exhibitors, they want the logistics support and the custom clearance and the airport. Delegates want which are the hotels they can visit, which are the destinations they can go in nearby, what are they going to do in this place. Organizers would like to see what is the community impact that we are going to bring it through that concepts. So there are some of the questions, and sustainability. Nowadays, sustainability is a big question for convention centers because we do numbers. We do, for example, like Patna on the convention center, we do 10,000 to 12,000 people in a 2 days event. So that that kind of an event that we have. So we do a lot of zero waste events. We do net zero. In fact, Vibrant Gujarat last year that we did was our net zero event. We planted some trees because we can't be completely zero waste. So if somebody says zero waste, can't be zero waste, but net zero waste. So I would say that we're going towards that by 2040, 2050, we'll go completely into zero waste. But that's an initiative that we want to go on toward. And sustainability is one thing which attracts a lot of events internationally to your country, cultural diversity which we have. Some time back, we were speaking to all the tourism secretaries which are there that we need to integrate all the states. It's not about only selling one state, one city. For example, there is an event which is coming in Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar. Why not Palace Trail? Leela has a Palace Trail which is managing this place. So we take people from Udaipur to Jaipur to Agra and to Delhi. So it's a kind of a trail that we can also make for the chain of hotels. It's not about selling only one brand of hotel or only one hotel which is there. It's a consortium which we need to follow. And so there are transporters, there are airports, there are customs, all need to come together on a one platform. And that's where the government support is required. And let me tell you that in government of Gujarat, they have a huge support because we are 100% owned by the government and they really listen to us because when the event comes in like Vibrant Gujarat we did recently, we did Apicon, we did Pedicon, the whole system came together to ensure that the delegate have an experience which is there. We did a lot of fam tours across Gujarat. There are a lot of destinations, adventure sports, archaeological areas which we did. So we did an ICPV event to launch the Gujarat chapter to bring in that consortium to a more materialistic form of way so that we can take decisions related to the city and an organizer comes in, he should be more comfortable while doing these events. So that's very important, like we said. And I'm saying that it's not about state or a city, but it should be one umbrella sitting at the national level. Where, for example, we go to IMEX, we go to IBTM, we do India stalls over there. I think what we said about marketing, it should be a consolidated marketing, doing a meet in India or Chalo India, something like that. So something which is very attractive. That's just like we did Incredible India. There's some kind of a tagline which comes from meetings in India. So we've been promoting tourism, but at the same time, tourism comes after the delegate actually decides to come to India. So I would say that there should be a purpose created for them to come to India.
Good, interesting. So I think, you've touched upon the national strategy and you've said how the cities should be a part of that. It's not one or the other. You need to have both. But I think the heavy lifting will have to happen at the destination level. And like Incredible India, it can mean everything and it can mean nothing as well. When I say I invite you to come to Incredible India, what does it mean? Does it mean Kerala? Does it mean Northeast, Rajasthan? So I think it has to be a combination of both. And thank you for raising that. So TJ, from your point of view, how do we, move towards creating compelling bids for India to crack the supply side?
So bidding is an art in itself. I have worked in more mature destinations like Australia, I've worked in Bahrain, I've worked in Oman with convention centers that have a very active convention bureau as well. When you look at that, I think India is not there yet, but is there the opportunity as compared to any other destination? Absolutely. Immense opportunity, but is that being captured? There's a huge gap to capture there. The only way you can win bids is, first of all, is to go and bid for it. If you just sit on your seats, just look at every destination going and bidding and winning right in front of your eyes, you're never going to win it. And the other aspect is, whether you win a bid or not, it is a fantastic opportunity to market your destination. Any bid that you go for, you're talking about your destination, you are getting an opportunity to tell a story about your country, about your city, about your infrastructure, and about your industry as well. So we do a lot of bids at the GeoWorld Convention Center. We just wrapped up a major bid for the International Astronautical Congress. That was 424 pages of not just about the venue. The venue is a minuscule bit of the overall bid. We talk about India as a country. We spend money on developing films about India as a destination. Then we develop films on Mumbai as a city. What do you experience in Mumbai? We carry the load of the entire hotel ecosystem of the Mumbai city. We have got pages and pages talking about other hotels, what can you do, where can you eat, what can you explore. And then of course comes the business case, for which we work with the intellectual people in the industry, We have got Mr. Anil Prakash, who is the Director General. He's amongst the audience here today. He's with the Satcom Industry Association. So we worked with them and with ISRO to put a very compelling business case. But the whole idea is it's important to have the government on the table, sir. When we go to IMEXs and IBTMs and we meet so many international clients, they come and talk to us. But at the end of the day, the fact is, all four of us here are merely suppliers. We are convention centers, we are hotels, but in the larger ecosystem, we are just suppliers. They want to meet the real stakeholders. And the fact is that the biggest beneficiary in winning an international convention is the government. It's the state and the central government. It's not about how much money is the convention center making, how much is the hotel making. It's all about what is the economic impact of that event coming to your city. And that is a great story for any state or the central government to talk about as well. But the matter of fact is that the government is not at the table at the moment. And you're right, we need to have a city-based approach. The government needs to be there. And it gives a lot of confidence to organizers that, you've got a central stakeholder that can tie in all your suppliers, tie in all the ecosystem, and more essentially, a bureau or the government representative can unlock the city for you. And that's the biggest worry for international organizers. When they're coming into not very established destinations, bringing 5, 6, 7, 10,000 people, they just don't know what is the capacity of the city. And that's where the government stakeholders need to come and give that confidence to say, yes, we've got hotels, yes, we've got airports, we've got convention centers, but we will roll out the red carpet for you. I think that is very important, sir.
Thank you. So let me now explore the third idea that I wanted to check with you, gentlemen. This morning when the Vice Chairman NITI Aayog spoke, he said about how when you go for the convention, the meeting and the cocktails and dinner is one part of it. But it's also about the experiences, that you create that makes for a compelling, experience for people who come. So let's reverse the order on which way do we start? We start from you now. So tell us, what is it that we need to do to create that depth of experience?
So there were lessons learned. We had G20, which was in 2023, and we were the second highest in terms of number of events that we hosted, around 17 events that we hosted for G20. And the kind of experiences, because we went one above another, and we didn't want to repeat those experiences which are there. We brought in cultural artists which were there. We brought artisans who were showcasing their art. We called in the tour operators who were ready to give the transportation for people in a luxury buses which are there. We tied up with Adani Airport over there to ensure that delegates have an arrival experience of that, because that's the first coming the city. You get a city's vibe from the airport. And that's the critical part of it, and that's what the government has realized. And they see now airports and our railway stations, which is an arrival experience has been improved. So once the delegate comes in, what do they have? So the transportation, when they come in the hotels, you have luxury hotels, which are more convenience hotels than only luxury part of it. Is it near to the convention center? Is it near to the venue? Is it accessibility? Is there technologically? Delegates are able to order their own customized food, which is there. So we did a variety of foods which are there, which are more customized in terms of technology. They were ordering through their kiosks. RFID has been there, so we have a delegate attendance in the places. So technology was also playing an important role in terms of experiences. It's not about only cuisines and hospitality, it's about the technology. You have a proper bandwidth, which is there. People are locked in. They don't have so foreigners, when they're coming from outside, now the numbers are there. You can access the Wi-Fi's, but some of the countries don't have the Wi-Fi's accessibilities, just like Germany. But I'm saying in India, you have the convenience and edge above that you have a convenience of a delegate, and they to go to different cultural places to go around and experience this. So we did almost 17 events, and we did various places. We took them to Modhera temple, where we did holographic projections over there. We took them to Kutch, where we have Dholavira, which was the road to heaven. We took them for adventure sports, some part of it. So every event, we made an experiential, not only in the center, but the next day, they were supposed to just go one place and then come back so that they experience what Gujarat is there.
Manoj, I will come to you now. So how do we, curate these experiences? Because of course there are a few and that we do. So when somebody comes for a conference, there are spouses, there are people who are there. How do we keep them engaged, and how do we create this, curate these authentic experiences which sort of keep people engaged and happy to have come here. Is there a way in which we should do, maybe a public-private partnership to, sort of get these experiences going?
Mr. Billa, it was actually in my mouth. The public-private partnerships, I think that's a brilliant thing. We can see exactly, we've got a fabulous venue, which is operated and run by Leela. And they're the professionals, right? I mean, they know exactly how to execute it. So I think that makes a big difference when you do something like that and let the professionals do what they do best. But what I can tell you here, what we do for our customers is that when we're selling a conference, we're telling them that it's not a 2-day, it's a 2-day conference, but you have to make it a 3-day affair. Otherwise, you're not coming back to Jaipur, and it is the golden triangle. So, if you don't do that extra day, you don't add that day of leisure in your entire itinerary, you're going to miss out. So, and what is it that you need to do in that day also is what we design for the guest, right? Right. It can be from, we do a Dharti Dhorari experience in our conference packages. We've included one dinner, which is your local dining experience. And we've signed up with almost 100 ladies, wives, right? Who are today, working anywhere, can be housewives, can be working anywhere. They're part of our ecosystem. We bring them on board, and one dinner they will curate, they will cook. We are not cooking. So you get to taste the local flavors of Rajasthan the way they are supposed to be, with the hygiene of a 5-star hotel. Now, I'm giving you one element of it. The other element, guests, we have a big pre-function space. They said we want to go to Bapu Bazaar for shopping and do all the stuff. We said, it's going to take you 3.5 hours. They said, we don't have that kind of time. We brought Bapu Bazaar here. We had the entire Bapu Bazaar in one of the conferences. All shops, all shopkeepers were here. And all the guests who came in, they purchased tons of stuff, more than what maybe they would have imagined. So, that is another thing that we can do, or we actually do actively. Third is, because the space that we have, and we do all these concerts, so if there is a conference coming into our system, and there is a concert happening, we give them access to the concert. That is the third thing we do. Fourth, sports and activities. Because there's so much of space available, we do a plethora of sporting activities which you can actually orchestrate, and your guests get to actually, it's from the health point of view as well. So you can play games post or pre the event, and take your entire experience to a next level. I think now again, packaging it and how do you put it across is the question. Again, to what Thomas was saying, that venues only play a minuscule role in bidding, in bidding, especially international. Even for local domestic conferences and conventions, most of us are aware, let's talk about a doctor conference. I can't facilitate it on my own self. The doctors available locally will have to pitch this conference at the association level. And if they succeed, that's when the conference comes in to the city. So we play a role for sure, and we go all out to come on the table and assist the government or whoever it is to able to project the city in a much, much bigger way.
Thank you, Ruben.
So, without talking about the obvious that all hotels do, because we are in that field, all of us are expected to do the obvious. When I say the obvious, means amenities in the room, good rooms to be given, allocation as per their preferences, personal preferences. But what we do for larger conferences, and when I talk about larger conferences, I'm talking about with foreigners involved, because even if we are doing domestic big events, there are a lot of foreigners who attend that, or if we are doing an international association, we have a lot of foreigners. So Hyderabad is so known for its Hyderabadi biryani. We make it slightly larger than life. We make an event out of it, in the sense every association, every event is for at least 2 to 3 days. So, right from the beginning of the thing, we talk about, in every opportunity that we get, we talk about their gala dinner, which is, so keep them guessing for what's going to happen and all. And there we give them a taste of the local cuisine. We make a kind of a ritual around opening the parda of the biryani. It's nothing. We anyways have to do it, but it's just that it's just to the storytelling and creating their experiences. And a lot of people who are not from Hyderabad, who are not from India, they love the fact, because food is something that gets all of us together. Then again, Hyderabad has a lot of heritage heritage places. We do heritage walks across these events. So these are some of the things, and plus we ensure that technology. When we talk about technology, the Wi-Fi speed up to 500 Mbps, seamless connectivity, and all those couple of few things that we do to ensure that.
Thank you, Ruben. No, sorry, Thomas, TJ.
So very similar to every other venue, that we've just discussed. I think it's all about packaging their experience, play to your strengths. Not every venue is built and designed in a similar way. We are a little unique that way because we have the cultural center attached to us, the Meeta Mukesh Ambani Cultural Center, where we've been hosting a lot of these international traveling Broadway shows. We've just wrapped up the Phantom of the Opera. We've done West Side Story, Mamma Mia. So all of these international shows really add to the whole delegate experience. Typically, you would have to go to the US or the UK to watch a show like that of that quality. So if, as Manoj was mentioning, if there is a concert or if we have a Broadway show performing at that time, we obviously pitch that to our clientele as well and say that, make it a part of your overall experience. Within the GeoWorld Convention Center, we also have a Reliance Foundation initiative called Swades, which is My Country, where we bring in artisans from all across the country who are still following the lost and forgotten way of, making handicrafts. We give them a new life. We fly them from different parts of the country. We actually set their workshop in our concourse. So we have a massive pre-function area outside the exhibition halls. The concourse is huge. So we actually have, at any given point of time, at least 6 or 7 of these artisans who set up their base. And they're actually making, either, weaving saris or carpets or making candles, or, beating brass into different shapes. And these are all workshops that is live in front of you. And the delegates who come to our venue are able to buy directly from them. This is a CSR initiative. What we really achieve out of this is that every dollar that you spend goes to the pockets of the people who are making it. So there is no retailer in between. They benefit. They're able to showcase this unique, craftsmanship of India as well. So all of this adds to the experience. And of course, add to that is the overall venue, customer service, the food, the security, the car park, the F&B, all of that, really adds to the experience.
Thank you. So we have a couple of minutes left. If there are any questions, any of you want to ask any of these gentlemen, please feel free. Arun, not you, the one behind you. Yeah, that's you, yeah.
I think thank all the panelists for a wonderful session, very enlightening. TJ, you talked about bidding and professionalizing that. So my question to Mr. Billa is government doing enough to create that talent? I mean, we're talking about contributing 3 trillion into this economy going forward. But where is the skill, and are we budgeting anything for it? Is ICPB doing something about it? Is there a special budget that's coming in? Because we talk about it, but there are no skill sets that are available. That's one. Number 2, a suggestion as well. I think MICE also comes when India is considered the safest destination. When you're branding, maybe you look at this thing of saying, listen, is the safest, and it surely is the safest destination around if you compare with others. So are we doing anything about it as a unified platform for marketing it? These are my 2 things, if you may want to respond.
So I think, okay, on the first question is possibly to me because you've said what is the government planning to do. So I think there is some thought process around it. The idea is that we want cities to become, resilient bidding entities. And we want the states to take a position of ownership. So if these 2 conditions are fulfilled, I think Government of India should put together a bidding corpus in which we will match dollar to whatever the state is putting together and what the convention center is putting together. I think, no, let's not make this into a, two-way conversation. I'm saying that this is probably one of the, ideas on which we are working, is that we want the initiative to come from at the city level and from the state government, and the Government of India should find the right way to encourage, that sort of a behavior, because we're fairly certain that it's not just the Government of India's remit to, push these destinations. Any other?
So my question to the fellow panelist. One of the key impediments which we face in terms of, effective, I would say, advocacy and the policy making is the reliable data source, which is in this sector is a, I think there's no data as such. We're talking about 10,000 meetings of ICCA, and we are talking about 123 meetings held in India. So that's effectively 1%. Now, how can the very important partner in the business is the hotel segment and the convention center can help the city government, the local government, or the federal government, or the association, or the bureaus in terms of collecting and sharing the credible data of meeting, conventions, conferences being held at their venues. So that is one challenge. I had the experience of Singapore Exhibition Convention Bureau 20 years back, very smooth. The data was being shared by the industry partner on regular basis, and that was helping us in terms of the advocacy and the proper policy making. So your thoughts on the convention centers and from the hotel side?
Is there anybody specific that you have in mind that you want to?
Of course, from the hotel side, we have Manoj, so he can share how it is easy or difficult for them to share the data with the bodies which I've mentioned, whether the city government, state government, central government, or the bureaus like ICPB, and secondly from the convention sector side. Thank you.
I think to answer the question in very, very short sentence, it's not at all difficult. We support all the time. We do many surveys. We take surveys where we share such data in detail. So that should not be a problem at all. And our venue here, JECC and Novotel, is actually owned by the Rajasthan government. So they own the land. And then obviously they've given it out to private owners to operate it. And we as management company operate it for the owners. So we work very, very closely with the government. In fact, whatever they've asked for, we do. And we've never thought that it's a separate body. So we work together very closely.
To add to that, from the convention point of view, in fact, I had that as one of my points written because after I saw the ICCA report, which was so detailed about how many events did they do, we've got enough and more data available for hotel rooms and hotel study per se. There's STR, there's HVS that comes out with enough data which tells you which city is leading, what is the growth percentage, is the growth coming from area, ARR, or is it coming from occupancy, or is it a mix of both? There's enough, but there's no such report or there's no such company that is collating the data for convention centers. It is extremely important because unless we know what we are doing, how do we strive for where we want to go? So I think, that should be a key thing that if we can work out. We have definitely, as operators, we have no restrictions or no problem in sharing data about the kind of events we are doing, the number of events we are doing, the number of packs we are doing, what's the kind of revenue we earn. No problem at all. I think it should be taken up.
That's a very good question. Actually, it also brings in what is the kind of an economic impact a conference brings in, and that gives a decision-making power to the government also to give an explanatory position saying that how much they can spend because that conference is going to bring in that much amount of business. That's like a business operator. So we share our data as well as to the government on a monthly basis also. Plus, we also share our data for the future conference, which is available on websites all across. Saying because we believe in transparency, because it's important for the city to know where the business coming, when the business is coming in, so that they are all geared up, prepared for it, and it doesn't come by chance. So we want our cities to be more prepared for that and be geared up for that.
It's a great question, Arunji, and I'm glad that you brought it up. Performance measurement is very important when it comes to understanding the convention business, because no matter how many millions of dollars that you allocate in budget, if you're not really able to put it out there to see, you will see in 3 years' time the budgets dry out. And that's what every other city and destination is doing. Every year they come out with an economic impact report from the Ministry of Tourism, from the state government. It's a huge report they come out with saying that we have bid for so many conventions, we have brought so many delegates into the country, and this is the millions of dollars of economic impact that we have generated through the convention business. But I would also, that's my personal thought, and I stand to be corrected, but I feel collating this data on a state level is difficult. It's best done at a central level, and I'm sure you would have started noticing in the South Asian, East Asian countries, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand. They have now introduced something known as the arrival card. When you travel into a country, it is mandatory for you to, fill up online an arrival card 3 days prior to you reaching the destination. And there you have an opportunity to say, what are you visiting the country for? Is it a holiday? Is it a convention? Is it visiting family? That is where the data needs to be collected. And it's a question out there for the powers that be in the country at a central level to see if something of this sort could be initiated, where the data is collected right at the top. If someone is coming into Mumbai, I can't collect that information at the Mumbai airport. Yes, I can give you data of how many convention delegates I had in the convention center, but that does not translate into how many room nights were they booked for. I might have 5,000 people in my convention center, but maybe just 2,000 would have stayed in various hotels. If that data can be collected at a central level, I think that's much more productive and much more result-oriented is what I personally feel.
Thank you. So let me, on behalf of Arun, also tell you one of the key things that he's now working on is on creating success stories of what we have done since G20. Because there's this whole narrative, because, the other day Chandar had come to me and then he gave me a long list of the, sort of conferences and conventions that were held in India. Some of them were very large. Unfortunately, I don't think this story is going out. This narrative is being built up on how well the industry is doing. And which is why sometimes at the highest level, we get this pushback saying that we have created this, momentum for you. What is it that the industry is doing to capitalize on it? So one of the things that Arun is now doing is to work with all of the people within the industry to put together that, success narrative so that we're able to, make a clear argument that this is what the government has done in opening the doors and this is what we have achieved. And going forward, this is where aspirationally we can be, and this is the sort of a support that we want. So I think to create that, I would request not only all of you gentlemen on the dais, but also those off the dais to please share your success stories, videos, pictures, etc., so that we are able to make a compelling argument. So with that, we come to the end of this session. I would like to thank all the wonderful panelists for their insights and for taking the time. Thank you all for being a patient audience.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Billa and the panel. Kindly remain here. We've got a little ceremony that we'd like to do. May I have the Assistant DG, Ministry of Tourism, Ms. Bharati Sharma, to please come up and present tokens of appreciation to all our speakers. Mr. Thomas Joseph, Mr. Ruben Cherian, Mr. Vikas Sood, and Mr. Manoj Relhan. Thank you very much. If I could request the panel to please step forward with your tokens. With your tokens, sir. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. You've been listening to them very carefully. They've shared a lot of important data with you. And with that, we're moving into our third session, which is Strategizing for Success, Crafting Policies and Marketing India as a Global MICE Hub. As India charts its path to becoming a premier global MICE destination, one thing, ladies and gentlemen, is clear. Our ambition must be matched by a clear, forward-thinking policy framework and a bold strategic marketing approach. This session brings together some of the brightest minds and key stakeholders from across the MICE spectrum, experts who understand the nuances of planning world-class events, designing impactful incentive programs, and building a compelling brand identity for India on the global business tourism map. Today's discussion, ladies and gentlemen, will explore the essential building blocks for growth, from policy interventions and public-private partnerships to branding strategies and global best practices that are reshaping the way the world experiences business events. So let's gear for an insightful session that aims to transform vision into action and potential into performance. We hope to bring together policy shapers and industry voices to explore innovative branding, marketing, and policy interventions. If I could invite the moderator to please come up on stage. She brings over 2 decades of expertise across the Asia-Pacific region with a special focus on medical communications, the meetings industry, and destination management. From Kuala Lumpur to Hong Kong, Taipei to Shanghai, Ms. Wong has worked seamlessly across cultures, collaborating with corporate leaders, associations, and government bodies alike. With a strong commitment to crafting future-ready solutions and championing sustainable development, she has built an impressive track record of delivering strategic impact across the region. Please join me in welcoming the dynamic and visionary Ms. Wai Kin Wong, Senior Regional Director, Asia Pacific for ICCA. Our panelists, Mr. Chandar Mancharamani, Vice Chairman, India Convention Promotion Bureau and MD Alcod Network Travel and Conferences Management Company. Mr. Mancharamani is a travel industry veteran with 4 decades of experience. He's been a long-standing contributor to the travel trade community, serving as the chairman of the Export Tourism Committee of the Indian Chamber of Commerce and currently holding the positions of co-chairman of ICC and chairman of the North India chapter of ICC. Mr. Suraj Dhawan, President, Indian Exhibition Industry Association, with over 30 years of experience in trade and investment promotion. He's also the founder director of Falcon Exhibitions Private Limited, an international exhibitions, conferences, seminars, and events management company. With 400 plus members, IEIA represents an expo economy of over 300,000 crore rupees with 1,000 exhibitions organized all over India. Mr. Nitin Sachdeva, President, Society for Incentive Travel Excellence, International Board of Directors. As president, he advocates for the transformative power of incentive travel, expanding its global reach and fostering the next generation of industry leaders. We also have with us Ms. Ritika Gupta, Vice President, Corporate Sales, ICCA, that is the Taj Hotels. She has over 3 decades of experience with the organization in various customer-centric roles and brings in the right mix of customer focus and relationship orientation. So it's over to you, Wai Kin.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Wai Kin. Thank you, everyone, for staying back and stay with us. And also would like to also thank everyone for the passion and also the resilience displayed in the industry. And I'm really honored today to be here with all of y'all. I just want to kind of like kickstart a bit on a short video and then a short survey, then join us with our experts here. We have a great panels that represent from the meeting industry, from associations, from hotel and exhibitions as well. So
John.
This was the ICCA Congress at Abu Dhabi. What we are trying, I'm trying to tell everybody that we are actually in the best industry because we are here to drive a lot of innovations and also like for helping or supporting the young professional, creating the sustainability, create a great impact, and of course like providing a platform that being more inclusive and also looking at like here in India. I was talking to Mr. Chandra the other day. Every 200 meters or every meter we have 200 languages. So that's the how diverse we are and how exciting we are in this land, I would say in India. Like to show you all just a quick ICCA ranking that's where India is in the world top 30 and in Asia is number 7. So having said that, in May there will be a new ICCA ranking reports that coming up. Please look at the ICCA ranking. It's only capture for the association meeting that rotates to 3 countries and territories. So I'm sure in India we did far more greater than this. This is just one part of it. Just a quick look at the top 5 cities that in the 10 years trend and how we are here now to work together, to work more closely together to bring this up. Are you all commit to this? That's why we are all here together. And like what Sanju was saying, that it's not just you alone, it's actually working across together. And now my invitations here, of course, it's not easy. It's always a challenge as well. That's where challenge always create opportunities. I'd like to ask, anyone bring your phone today? Anyone have phone? Mobile phone? Can you bring out your mobile phone? That's where we work together, right? We talk about the ecosystem. Just now, it's a great panel discussion. Now, scan the QR code and let us know. Describe what would be the 2 words to describe why India selected as the next international business event destination. Just share your thoughts. Not too long.
Why India?
Yeah, 2 words to describe.
Hello, it's okay?
Yeah.
See, in my opinion, the why India is that not the infrastructure which we have been talking about for a long time. According to ICCA, 86% of the conferences throughout the world are less than 1,000 people. So when you talk about the infrastructure, yes, infrastructure is important.
We have so many greats.
Yeah, so infrastructure is important, but in my opinion, is the knowledge economy of the country. Today, you look at maybe number of IIMs, number of IITs, 415 universities in India, agriculture university, the science which we have progressed, or maybe on the space program. These are the areas which every, like in our medical front, we talk about 27,000 ophthalmologists in India, or 38,000 gynecologists in India. So this is where
Going, yeah.
Yeah, okay, all right. This is where the why India comes in that.
Exactly. Yep. And how many of y'all are focusing in leisure tourism in the room? How many of y'all are doing leisure tourism in the room? And can we work closely together with the ministry to talk about business tourism today at this moment? And just look at that your QR code. What do you think about the statements? Which of the following is not true about business tourism?
Do they win something for this?
I'm just thinking, like, to see before we
have to
start.
give incentives.
Before we start, before we start that, what do you think about? What else? What else is like not here? Yeah. Anyone?
Education?
Yeah. Education.
See, not true about business tourism. The question is, I would say require government support.
Requiring government support is already there.
Yeah, so it is not true. We can survive without the government support on sheer merit of what business is all about.
Well, I agree or not agree. The government support is already here, definitely. It's not about money,
Okay.
but how government able to link it up together to cross-sectoral, cross-ministry. That's the support, though. Right? The commitment. What else?
It's the policies of the government actually, which you can encash on it without the money.
Yeah. I'm not sure whether it's that the live polling we can't really show. Maybe I'm not really a tax and I'm not able to show the polling is going on, but I think you all can see the result, not me, perhaps. So I would say it's definitely all relevance. It's all relevance. And what's your thing? Do you think we should have different strategy on marketing, leisure tourism, and business tourism?
Absolutely.
See, in terms of sure and sheer opportunities, all the categories of tourism have to be approached differently. While everybody talks about be leisure as the next wave, it's a wave. All of us are busy. When you come for 2 days of work, 1 day before, 1 day later, is obviously a great idea. But despite that, saying that I will only have leisure when I come for work is not fair. Most of the business tourism in India is still solo travel, and one tends to enjoy the leisure with the family and friends as well.
That's right. Do you have
I mean,
any thoughts?
we see, meeting, incentive, convention, and exhibition as a business tool and not just a tourism tool. I think tourism benefits out of what MICE brings into the picture. So I think it has to be treated differently. As Suraj rightly mentioned, every segment is different, so it has to be focused in a different way, and the results come that way.
Well, I think both are also co-joined. So while there is leisure tourism and there's also obviously efforts that you need to put in for MICE, the fact of the matter is that the revenue spends that an economy gets from both of these streams is extremely important. And I think what is very important to remember is that MICE also brings in not only perhaps, it's an economy that probably becomes a little bit more circular. So I think, if I might humbly suggest, while of course people feel that some of the trends are changing, with the way the world has changed and completely moved since the pandemic, even when people come for an individual business travel today to big cities, at least that's what we see, it's not that they won't take out the time to go for a really fabulous meal or they won't go to a great museum because you may not come to maybe a Delhi or a Bombay or a Bangalore again. And I'm just using that as an example of the cities which are there, notwithstanding the traffic in Bangalore. Uh, so I think that, perhaps some of the notions that we have about the industries being very disparate are also changing. You take a look at the recently concluded Waves event in Bombay, where you had a lovely confluence between the government, between industry, between what people call the orange economy. So you had the entertainment over there, and it was done at a convention center
which is not even 5 years old. Now, this is something that would not have been possible in India, but I think as we sit today, you have to have a vision for where you want to take India to. And I think, if I might also say that the government has done a lot of it. Now we also have to knit our approach around it.
That's right. And a lot of destinations, actually, a lot of bidding drive by the industry, like Convention Center or the PCO. They bring out, they actively pull out the bid opportunities and talk to the government. They do the bidding submissions together. That's how it kind of like create a lot of different way of working together as Team India. So that's why we say not just me or you alone, but looking at the whole we together. It's like bringing up that because there was one time I was in a conference. One of the key speakers is like, Mikey, can you just stop to the hotel? I said, why? Why they keep telling me about how comfortable the pillow is? I can select how many pillows. Say, I'm a business traveler. I want to know how fast the internet speed, whether I can get like a, what's it called, like a very straightforward room service so that I can do my work. That's why where we were talking about we need two different strategy to talk. Yeah, I just about curious about like what do you think, Mrs. Anju, on the exhibition side?
Okay.
Is it any changes like from like previous and international coming in, or more the domestic trade exhibitions or consumer or B2B? What do you see the opportunity for India?
See, India is in a very pivotal state as far as the exhibition industry is concerned. And the good thing is that we have the demand and we have the supply. Thanks to what great work Indian government has done, there is no constraint on venue availability. Thanks to the sheer growth of high GDP, there is an increased wealth all over. People want to buy things, people want to upgrade, they want to go to the next level. So there is a demand generation. And exhibitions are very good places, physical environment when you can select goods and services for buying, distribution, reselling, etc. So it's a winner. Likewise, a lot of people from all over the world who have a plan B sourcing strategy think that India is the plan B sourcing strategy. All of them wish to come down to India to buy, understand, explore what Indian manufacturing and services sector can provide. So again, it's a win-win. Today, Indian exhibition economy is the fastest growing in the world. We are up 40% from 2019, and our second next competitor is at 24%. And we feel the next 5 years would be equally transformative, and we are on a path of extremely high velocity growth.
Great. That's good to know. And I'm sure a lot of the audience like looking at what will be the opportunity. What about the meeting industry?
Well, I'll talk about the incentive travel
Yeah,
industry,
incentive
you know,
travels and-
which is of course part of the meetings industry. You know, me being at site, I talk to buyers overseas, and I talk to corporates overseas, and I talk to corporates in India. And perhaps I would say, you know, if we have to kickstart about demand and the changes, you see outbound is thriving from India because, you know, destinations are investing in India, and they're doing, you know, a lot of work in terms of pushing the customer to go to their destinations. Whereas if I compare it with India in the incentive travel segment, you know, we are a little small in that segment at this point of time. Not because we don't have infrastructure, not because we don't have hotels. Thanks to the Indian government, and of course, as Suraj mentioned, all the infrastructure is there, great. But incentive is more than just, you know, a venue or probably a hotel room, or it's an experience emotion, and it's about showcasing, you know, how you drive, you know, motivation. So I think India has so many pillars of wellness, spiritualism, cultural exchange, you know, the local community experiences. As you know, Mr. Mansharmani mentioned that there's so many languages, so much diversity. So I think what we lack at this point of time is, you know, packaging it better, and I would say promoting it's smarter. I think that's where, I believe if we can market it a little better in terms of that focus segment, the demand is there. It's just that people don't know about it. So I think that is the only difference that I see between the demand for outbound and inbound in India, on the incentive travel segment.
On the international profiling as
That's
well, right?
correct.
Mr. Chandra, do you think it's a similar kind of like a pattern in the association meeting? You mentioned just now, like, India have the advantage on the technology, the medical sites that will also bring in the associations attract on the conference. What do you think?
My experience when we participate in the international trade fairs, people want to see something different. They want to experience something different. Where India has been able to convey the message, yes, to come to India and then to, like when you travel to Bangkok and do your event in Bangkok or in any other Asian country or in European countries, they're quite different than what exactly. And hospitality is very great where people can actually experience that. There is one reason actually where people wants to come to India, do the events.
That's and what about from the hotel side? That you see any demand from more domestic or international? What would be the?
I think it's a very great question, and let me answer it by saying that everyone loves mice. Why does everyone love mice, whether it comes from the domestic markets or the international markets? Because you manage to go back and sell more than just your room or more than just maybe a convention center that you're probably doing. And at this point of time, I must tell you that I think for all the reasons that the panelists have spoken about, it is India's moment. And I'll give an example which I'm sure everybody knows of. But think about what we were able to go back and achieve with something like the G20. I think the momentum from that time onwards, because the world is looking at India with very different eyes, has just gone from strength to strength. So we find a lot of the international corporates coming down because obviously India is a very important market for them. And I think, if I might say, it's also moved to being an A-list market. It's not just an option to say, oh, I will come to India and compare it with some other market. You need to be in India if you want to grow your business. And I think that is something which is very well recognized by sectors across. So whether it's the banking, the financial, the fintech sector, the media sector, everything. And we're seeing a huge surfeit of business coming from there. And on the other hand, when you take a look at India, given the expansion in the economy itself, the kind of conferences that are happening in the domestic sector are also quite incredible. So yes, perhaps today the information on the outbound is very high, but I can tell you that the Indian domestic conference sector is a thriving sector. Take a look at the number of, this kind of venue that we're sitting in today. And today it's not only about the big cities in India which offer such venues. You're finding that across the country, there are venues which have opened up like this, and people have the imagination to use it. So I think it's pretty good from where we see it.
That's definitely because destination like India will kind of like cross city, cross regions. That's huge national markets that able to also boost up the whole entire ecosystem, as well as when the national association meeting or the ecosystem is strong, that will drive more international profiling and also opportunities. Yeah. And what about like from your perspective from the hotel, any policy or guideline you think that will help?
I'm not sure everybody would like me to say, but I think, look, the policy, I think we're part of the government, right? All of us around this room are part of what we have actually gone back and put together. And I know that some of the associations are really trying to go back and build a little bit more stronger policy guidelines on that. The way I see it, I think we have a lot of aces in our hands. It's how we go back into it together as a team. And therefore, if there was one thing that I would say, probably a little bit more of the synergizing is probably much more than just the policy making that the government would go back into. Because, when I take a look at, let's take a look at an example like Delhi or a Bombay or a Bangalore, these are big cities. Look at the availability of infrastructure that has come across. So from the point of view of what we want from the government, of let's say greater infrastructure or making sure that we have convention centers, that bit is there now. Now, like you said about making sure that how do we go back and kind of package or tell the world that we have this. So I think what the government has just done in terms of the Meet in India campaign, I know they've been doing a lot in the past, but I think the time for India is to go back and to probably showcase the success stories of what we are doing. Just last week, I mean, I spoke about waves already, but just before that, I know of two global companies that did their they did their annual meetings in India. And India is an important market for them, but I'm sure it's not amongst, I'm sure it's amongst the top 10 markets for them. But why did they do that? Because probably in their own companies, people have gone back. And when you're selecting a venue from across the world to say, where should you do it? If you're like the Gates Foundation, or if you're like an Oracle or an IBM, you would do that because there is something that is moving cross sectors in India. So I think a little bit of that, information giving out of how the industry in India is doing would probably help a lot. So maybe with some of the other associations, which are the business associations, putting together because they do a great job. They are getting those meetings to come to India. Maybe that is probably what would help. The only other thing I would say is that for the conference organizers, when they are selecting India and you take a look at some of the countries overseas, like in the Middle East, okay, where you get a tax off because you're coming to that country to do that event. I think probably that is something the government could look at to go back and just galvanize, the efforts to come to India and to make it a little bit more sweeter, smarter for people to come to.
Thank you. And just now I mentioned we have a great background of diverse or well representative of the business event industry. And I would like to also share with the three gentlemen here to understand each of them representative from the associations. Maybe Mr. Chanda on the ICPB. What would be like ICPB do the next for great opportunity or how to support the industry and also work together with the government?
See, since morning, the message is very clear for ICBB to restructure in the lines of what the other bureaus across the world they do it. Yes, we are working on it. And then the expectations are definitely, which the panelists also talked about, there has to be a central body to work on, when you do the marketing. Today, any organization, any association or an PCO across the world, they don't want to talk to the PCO in India. They would like to talk to either the government of India or the bureau actually for any of their help. So we need to create, and we will going to work on it, where we have a national body. And I've been interacting with Ministry of Tourism, where Mr. Suman Billa also has said in the morning that city bureaus have to come in the sense that earlier also we were maybe talking about it, that how the stakeholder of any state along with the state government can come in. Mr. Miller also mentioned the last speech, both national and both together, and then go in for a bidding of international conference. This is very important. Like Mr. Thomas was also talking about, look, you just cannot be getting the conference unless you go and bid smartly across the world and then get the conference. This is one area which we are doing it. Second area, which we are doing it now, is that creating a platform for our members to do business through road shows across India or maybe internationally, or through our signature program like CIC Convention India Country, which we have been doing it. We've been getting a lot of buyers from across the world or within India, where we interact with them, our membership interact with them, try and maybe generate more business. That is another area which we are doing it. The third area which is a need of today is the skill development. I was talking to Senthil also, between both of you. That is very, very important. Like the PCOs or the organization, the associations doing their event in Europe and USA or in Far East is very, very different than what we do in India. So we need to bring in that kind of a level of maybe handling it. That is one we are doing it. And Senthil has already agreed that we may have a kind of MOU with you, where you can do 2 programs in a year. One you have already agreed in month of August, that international speakers will be here. So this is what the need of the hour is. This is what we are doing it in ICCA. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see from IEIA side that there is like a white papers going on, and then that is like moving quite a lot forward in itself to building a stronger industry. Is there any still in progress or new outcomes that you'd like to share with us on the?
See, while we all agree that the future is bright, uh, as IIA, we are doing a deep dive in the future. And two opportunities which we feel will emerge very strongly are as follows. Currently, most of the exhibitions are happening in 2 or 3 key cities, where both demand and supply meet at one place. We feel that in future, there would be about 10 tier 2 cities where smaller exhibitions will start because they are the supply centers. So people would move to smaller towns where they can see the manufacturing happening, they can see production happening, and we would be able to have much more smaller niche exhibitions coming up. This we have already started seeing, and next 5 years would belong to them. Second big trend which we see is a major thought through by hoteliers that they need to create many more hotels near the convention centers. If you look at Yashobhumi in Delhi, 4 new hotels are coming up at the AeroCity area just to meet the demand. We see same thing going to happen when the new airport would come up in Navi Mumbai and a new convention center which is going to open up there. So the hotels will need to ramp up their capacity because most of the exhibition organizers today are saying that the rate at which we are growing, hotels need to catch up. And our request to the government has always been that it's not a problem of plenty, it's a problem of what to do when so many more people want to come and visit your show, and that also in 3 days.
Do you think it's like we need to have different options of the hotel range?
See, hotels still are much few. Exhibitions as an industry would require hotels for the exhibitors. We require hotels for the visitors. We require hotels for the support team. And there are shows in India which would have 500,000 people coming in 5 days. Some of the organizers are sitting in this room. And these are discussions people are having with the government that while we are bringing mega shows to India, we need your support to convince the hospitality industry to catch up soon so that the difference will be significant in the growth of the sector.
I'm sure it's like the government or the industry is working closely together to provide more options.
These are exciting times.
Yes, I'm sure it's like exciting news as well.
We did hear you, and we're trying to go back and ramp up as much as we can and as fast as we can.
I'm sure. What about Mr. Nitin, like from your international experience or profile right now, like side, and what do you see, what is the transformations of the corporate incentive markets that you think will be a good learning or good platform for India?
Sure. I personally work with convention bureaus. I mean, I've been working with Thailand Convention and Exhibition Bureau for 17 years. So, I have first-hand information on what they have done to actually succeed in the Indian market, and perhaps I work with many other destinations. But just to give you an example on, we don't have to go very far. We can learn from something that is already working. We don't have to recreate the wheel. As Mr. Mansharmani mentioned, we definitely need a national body, which is a national convention bureau. Of course, there could be city convention bureaus that can exist. But, when it comes to a meeting planner or probably an incentive planner, they want to talk to someone who is one-stop shop, and they don't want to talk to 25 people, So if it's one-stop shop, it's a bid is happening. I think that ways a national convention bureau would be an ideal situation. And they can have different departments of meeting, incentive, convention, and exhibitions, which is a very standard process when a national convention bureau is set up. Second is obviously, there are 5 key decisions that, an incentive traveler or a meeting traveler would make to come to a destination. The first and foremost, we have a lot of stuff already there, but there would be some gaps that I would definitely highlight. The first is, of course, easy accessibility, direct connectivity, and I think we have that in plenty. We have great airports, so great infrastructure already there. We have convention centers, we have hotels, so not already taken care of. But I guess, we were talking, I mean, Mr. Arun mentioned about data. I think data can start with ease of visa, because if you see an example of Germany, they have a trade fair visa, they have a convention visa, they have an incentive visa, and then they have a business visa, and then they have a tourist visa. So if you start from there, you don't have to rely on, the immigration card, because people lie there because they want to get the easiest visa possible. So I would say we need to have a policy where, like for example, if there is an incentive and if they have to come on a conference visa, today India is lacking in there because it takes 6 months to get an approval. So tourist visa is easy. In fact, everybody is saying get a tourist visa. It comes in one day, which is great. But then we are not able to lock the numbers to start with because it starts with a visa. And if it's easy, it makes a lot of sense. Then we need to definitely have the third point is a policy for incentivizing people to choose India, because we are not alone in the marketplace. We have so many destinations. So I would say Thailand would do everything possible to get a convention. Abu Dhabi to get your convention, they would have obviously given a lot of incentives to get, cost covered so that things can happen in a way that you can sustain profitability on your event. So I think that's the third part. And the fourth part is, of course, educating the I would say, marketplace, because there is shortage of skilled labor. And I think government, we can work with associations around the world to get the best education. For example, if you want to do incentive travel, site has CIS program, right? Which is basic program on how incentive travel has to be planned and works. So if that kind of education can happen with stakeholders who are involved in the incentive travel program, you at least have a, market ready to take that, international delivery of experience that an incentive travel program requires. So, and the last one is, of course, I would say, it's not setting up all of this stuff. The government has to be in the leadership of marketing, as rightly mentioned. We need to have one voice. And of course, it could be state, it could be like how the budget comes into play. That's an internal story. But for the external customer, they are looking at India as one destination. And of course, that has to be unified as a marketing campaign, because there is a lot of demand out there, because European countries are facing a challenge. I mean, I see a lot of, I would say, traffic coming from South America. We are getting incentives from South America and India. We're getting incentives from non-traditional markets, not just US and UK. But I think this is our time. If we can, push with the private sector, form a small task force who are actually doing the incentives, solve those, two, 3 points which for visa, for easy access, or incentives to match the marketplace where we are competing in. I don't think that India has any shortage of motivation experience for incentive travel. I mean, I was just, thinking about what India could send out as a message, as a marketeer. And I thought of, Steve Jobs mentioning that when he wanted to get motivated, when he was lost, he came to India and got motivated and built a great company, right? So motivation is spirituality, wellness. Mark Zuckerberg did the same thing. He came to India to get his motivation to build a great product. I think that's one of the great messages that we can use for incentive travel, which is pretty much motivation increases sales and transforms performance of companies.
I was about to say that, like from the ICCA ranking, or looking at the top 20 subjects, there are a few topics that it bring up in the recent years. It's like heritage,
yes,
cultural discussion. That's something that we're able to kind of like work together to work on the new products, I would say, and also like while government is doing the job,
Sure.
I have the background of working with two ministries. Sometimes it's not something that we can change overnight,
Sure.
but I believe like everyone is playing a part to playing a significant role to make changes to help to keep pushing for the destinations for the growth of the nations. I believe that.
I would say in India, incentive travel, the private sector is ready with the product. It's just that we need the marketing push from the government, and it could be state, it could be national government. I mean, that's for I think the internal thing to be decided. But as private sector, I believe there are these areas which, if once solved, you can have like the high value traveler who are spending $3,000 to $5,000 on a high value trip of incentive travel, and bring a lot of I would say economic development to regions and smaller communities that are involved in the process.
Great, thank you. And
May I just
great
add to
discussion,
what you
yes.
said? No, I think because you brought up the cultural heritage part and about the government, and I want to just add to what he said. Again, going back to the G20 example, because I think that's where Team India came together, right? We did the first, the G20 secretary decided to do the first Sherpa meeting in the city of Udaipur. And the first conference that they did was in a hall which is more than a century old. Now, given the technological advances in India and the digitization of what we are doing, it was a beautiful confluence of everything. And I think India's intangible cultural heritage, which is there, and I don't want to get into the global debate of what's happening in the world right now, no one can take that away from us. So just as I'm sure the Sherpas looked at what they had to do in terms of negotiation with each other, obviously a thought went behind, and there was something that they showcased called the Jal Sangeet, the only artist for Jal Sangeet in the world, the Jal Sanji, sorry, which is painting on water, very ephemeral, just dissolves at the end of 6 hours. And I know, because I spoke to some of those guests we were there, that's something that it will carry as a memory for a lifetime. And some of them, just in the last 2 years, have also come back. So I think if you do the conference planning well, and everything comes together, the local government, the state governments come together, I think we can definitely make a good success of it. But I think it's also important to make sure that the stories that are being done in different pockets, what site is being able to do, what the incentive industry is being able to go back and put forth, or the exhibitions which are happening in India. Because the younger generation is also doing exhibitions in a very different way. One is what we see as the traditional exhibitions, but for lifestyle or for food or eating, they do things in a very different way. That's the way each generation progresses. Or like Mr. Manchumani said about the various things that I think if we're able to go back and showcase the success stories of what we are doing a little bit better and get some nuanced storytelling around that, I think it will benefit India a lot more.
Thank you so much. And I think we're about time. So it's like we have about 40 seconds, and it's like sharing. Anyone wanted to share on any? Oh, sorry, no sharing. It's like questions. No, just questions.
Only caring, no sharing.
No sharing.
Just use these 40 seconds. See, it's
70.
quite, being the practitioner of mice for almost 30 years back. I did incentive travel also 29 years back as a practitioner. But this incentive, is the most mysterious of all these four, especially in context of our own country. I'm still not very sure where do we stand as a country in terms of incentive travel for inbound and domestic, which is our concern. What are the numbers? Where we are heading to? What are the trends? So I request Nitin if he can share some of the inputs. Otherwise, we are totally blank on this eye of mice.
Sure. I think incentive travel is fast growing in the global world, and I don't think that India is even in the top 20 at this point in time. Share number game, if I talk about, I think a lot comes when we show up at places where these people are congregating, the incentive travel professionals. So, for example, SITE is a 3,000 member association in 98 countries, right? We only have 45 members or probably 40 members from India. When we had the conference in 2015, we had 150 members, because it was a conference plus the membership. I think incentive travel, as you rightly said, is a niche of the niche, but it's also a very high value driven, economic contributor, because incentive travel is not just about using hotels. It's using an experiential in the hotel, in the destination. It also brings in local experiences. Like, for example, if you have community development that you have done, like, for example, this a lady was actually doing this chutney, right? It is such a great experience for incentive, and it would sell for more than just in a conference, which would just be a novelty, right? So incentive travel is about emotion, motivation, and driving business results for a company. So that's why I took the Steve Jobs example, because we have enough wellness, spirituality, cultural exchange, heritage. We have so many experiences, diversity, but we are just not doing the storytelling right outside where the demand is already existing. So, okay. Sure. I don't have numbers where India is right now on the incentive travel one, but I can always come back to you on that, because right now we have very few numbers. Like we are 9.5 something million inbound, and I don't know how the data is calculated. So I will actually have to look at your report how you segregate that.
And I believe, and I would like to kind of like again invitations and challenge. Commit yourself to share the best case study. Commit yourself to share the data, like hotel, convention center, even PCO. What would be the great job that you have done? Please share it with the government. Arun is here. It's very important why data is important of sharing. You ask for investment, you ask for support, you need to prove it. You need to tell, you need to prove it. So that's where a lot of destinations, they share data. That's where they were able to kind of like to work more closely to bring the destinations to another level. And just how we talk about, I see a lot of young professional here that's like anyone like under 35 years old here. Oh, cool. I thought everyone will hands up. That's where we have the young leaders as well as like work closely together, share the great ideas. Yeah.
I,
Is it?
I have one question.
Yes.
Myself, Raghav Khosla, the group editor of Travel Plus My Showcase and Exhibition Showcase publications. Great session, great initiative. We have with us representations from IEIA, ICPB side, esteemed leaders. One, one question that comes to my mind often is, see, India has a lot to teach to others, but we also have a lot to learn from others as well. So according to our esteemed leaders, one country or one destination you find really enriching in terms of where the private sector really collaborates well with the government, they both work hand in hand. Personally, which destination is favorite? What can we learn from them? If each of the speakers here can give one name each. Thank you.
You are asking for one country, one
Absolutely.
destination. You
Yes.
steal my questions. I thought we're gonna end it like this.
that
What
was
would
your
be the? I would ask is like, what would be your thing or your competitor?
So one country which inspires is Germany in the exhibition sector, surely because of the processes which have been created, and they are the best.
Right. And I'm sure India is going to
Aspiration.
Yep. What about Chandra?
In my opinion, Singapore is the main competitor for as far as the convention industry is concerned.
Actually, I had the same answer for Singapore because I'm a fan of Singapore, how they organize everything. So Singapore.
What about you?
I'll go with both because one is where you have a lot of history behind, and I think Singapore, of course, for their preciseness. But I think one emerging destination is the Middle East. You cannot go back and ignore them, and they're coming up with some very, very fascinating. And I think we missed out one piece, which is about digitization. You see, we're living in the world where you asked everybody if you have a phone with you. So of course, all of us are carrying a phone. And I think that's where the world is today, right? We expect everything on our phones. That's the instantaneous, I think that's what we want as instant gratification for every information that we consume. And I think for this sector, we also really need to go back and build our legs on digitization. So it's available to everybody to go back and see.
Thank you. And I'd like to also answer your questions. I would think in somehow competitions is high. Every destinations, every city have their own strength and weaknesses. So just work closely together to bring it up. In somehow, we will think that we want to learn from other people, and I guarantee you, many destinations wanted to learn from India as well. Just now we talked about like how, the crowd control, the security control, that's a lot of authenticness. Every destinations, every projects, you have your unique city, and be authentic will be really important. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
We will be here. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wong and our panelists. I'd like to now request Sudeshna, the Assistant DG in the Ministry of Tourism, to please come up and present tokens to all our speakers and to our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, we were to have Mr. Billa speak at the end, but I think we've taken a consensus that the Ministry of Tourism will be collating all the information that they have got today and tomorrow and the day after that they get, and putting it all together in a report which will be then available to all of you at some point. So essentially, there are lots of learnings that have to be put together. That will be done by the ministry and then put into a main report which will be then available to all of you at some point. So keep your eye out for that. Thank you very much to our panelists and to our moderator, Waikin, who's done a fabulous job of sticking to time as well. Thank you very much. If I could request you all to please step forward to take a group picture. So Deshna, join them. Join them. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, it would be nice to have a round of applause to ensure that their smiles grow wider as they close this part of the Meet in India conclave. What a day it has been, from policy, practice to possibility. Today's conclave has witnessed and showcased India's rising influence in the global MICE ecosystem. And we will meet now a little later at the Antara Jewel Bagh for the inaugural of the Great India Travel Bazaar. Please be there by 6:30. The event is being held at the rear lawns. So once you come into Antara, you can move towards the lawns, and we will be having the inaugural ceremony there with the honorable ministers joining us for the evening and dinner that follows. Thank you very much. We'll see you at Antara at 6:30.